Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this special Monday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Special card. It's a, makeup card. We had this racing program scheduled for last Wednesday, but due to a heat cancellation, that Wednesday card transferred to today. Hope you had a very pleasant 4th of July weekend here at the track. We've got 10 races, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a couple of quarter horse dashes, including the Bradford Stakes. That's the quarter horse feature over 400 yards. Sunny skies here in town, temperature-wise through the 80s. Now the main track is labeled good. Turf course, good. Turf rail set at 36 feet here as we kick off Indiana Derby Week 2026. For the official race day forecast for a Monday here at the track, let's check in with the Weather Authority. It's Fox 59's Krista McEnany ready to tell us about the weather forecast for a special Monday card here at the Shoe. Krista?
Good afternoon. We're looking at a warm and humid day out at the track. We'll see high temperatures today into the mid-80s. We will have the chance for a few spotty showers around as we get into the late afternoon on through the evening hours, and you can see that here on Futurecast. Most locations stay dry, but the light rain chance continues on into the late evening. Enjoy the races.
All right, Krista McEnany at Fox 59, the Weather Authority. Cheers. Krista mentioning temperature-wise in the 80s, humid, and perhaps in her forecast spotty showers. I'm forecasting USA over Belgium. How about a 2-1 victory tonight in the World Cup after watching England in an absolute classic last night, knocking out the Mexican team. What a great win that was for the Three Lions in the Azteca yesterday in Mexico City. 10 races on tap here today for us thoroughbred and quarter horse fans. I mentioned the Bradford Stakes. That's the quarter horse headliner over the 400 yards. Track good at this hour. Let's go back. We had no live racing on the 5th of July. Again, hope you had a very wonderful Independence Day weekend, whether it was here at the track on Saturday or whatever you wound up doing yesterday to celebrate America 250. But getting back to the 4th of July, we raced here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Fernando de la Cruz right there vying for the riding title this season with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. There was 3 for Fernando on the 4th, and his his hat trick of wins capped off on the 4th of July holiday on board Annie Express. Let's take a look back. Again, we had no live racing yesterday on the 5th, but we raced here on the 4th, and Annie Express. Fernando put the 3-5 favorite right on the front end. Look at the fractions, 24.11. Fernando and Annie Express slowed them up, 40.93. 3/4 went in 7 ticks over 113, and Annie Express with reserve left in the tank, holding off the charge of Lil More Kraken right there, and also that driving finish going to Annie Express, who makes it back-to-back wins here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fernando de la Cruz for Chaz Recchi and her owner Raquel Soriano, taking out the turf feature here when we raced on the 4th of July. Following that turf feature, we had a quarter horse overnight stakes run here on the 4th of July on the holiday celebrating America 250. It was the Easy's Night Beat Overnight Stakes. And talking about an exciting finish, here comes a charge by Not Your Secret under jockey Isidro Banuelos right there mid-track. Has the white blinkers, 220 yards to go. AP Miss Luna's Tide, her bid was over on the stand side. Escondido Gold came up the rail. Streaking down the beach was right there too. Not Your Secret by a nostril over AP Miss Luna's Tide and Escondido Gold. They dead heated for second. Classic quarter horse overnight stakes finish there. 3 noses on the wire, and Not Your Secret getting the victory, as I mentioned, under jockey Isidro Banuelos for breeder, owner, and trainer Ricardo Martinez. Also speaking about weekend racing action, just want to salute the Indiana-bred son of Yalpan. It was booked for the Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, taking out the Grade 3 Sanford Stakes that was run on the holiday on the 4th of July at Saratoga. So an Indiana-bred stamping his stakes passport there up at the spa. The winner booked. Indiana-bred son of Yalpan. Congratulations to his connections. Talking about today, by the way, this card again that was scheduled for last Wednesday, and after that heat cancellation, it was moved to today. Chris Polzin, the racing secretary here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Chris and his crew, assistant Chris Kamak, they're busy. We're drawing the entries today for Friday's card, that on the eve of Indiana Derby Day, and also the big program of the meet. Hope you can join us here this coming Saturday, July 11th. It's Indiana Derby Day 2026. Special post time will be at noon. The Friday and Saturday's big card, both being drawn here today in the racing office at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the back of the track. Coming up here, talking about Indiana Derby Day, Clubhouse, hopefully you have your reservations. There were only Not a lot of seats readily available when we were talking about the Indiana Derby on the 4th of July. Now already a couple of more days going past, so hopefully you have your reservations in. A lot of people planning to join us here this coming Saturday for the Indiana Derby Day. First race post time will be at noon, as I mentioned, that special post time. Lots of activities that'll be trackside. Let's hope the weather gods, we just had Chris McEnany talking about the weather forecast for today with humid conditions here. Temperatures through the 80s, but you add in that heat and humidity. Also a chance of spotty showers to start off Indiana Derby week. Let's hope the forecast from our friends at Fox 59 benefits us here all Indiana Derby week and day long on Saturday. Mentioning that special post time, but trackside, including a $3,000 mega bet drawing. There'll be a $2,500 Derby's Legends contest, sponsored by the Indiana HBPA. A $1,000 hat contest, the Cigar Rolling Station. That's the first 500 that join us here. We expect a full house on Saturday for the big card of the meet. Face painting for the kids. Food trucks will be here, along with the Rustic Charm Jewelry Station. My Racehorse booth. That'll feature an Indiana racehorse purchase. You certainly want to check in with our friends there at My Racehorse. And also Post Time Apparel and Midwest Rancher, one of the sponsors of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2026. Both Post Time Apparel and our sponsor Midwest Rancher, they'll have booths here at the track as we mark this year the 32nd running of the Indiana Derby. It's Indiana's biggest day of racing. Hope you can join us here. Over $1 million in purses up for grabs, and that's this Saturday, July 11th. In fact, we're racing this 6-day stretch here on Indiana Derby week, kicking off with our 10-race card here today with the main track labeled good. Now talking about the rest of this month, we've got an event coming up here. It's Shelby County Day as Horseshoe Indianapolis right here in Shelby County. Hope you can join us on Wednesday, July 15th. So we've got a 6-day stretch coming up here, Monday through the big day on Saturday. No live racing on Sunday, but we'll be right back at it with Shelby County Day coming up a week from this Wednesday, July 15th, featuring an afternoon of honoring several of the local organizations that the track partners with. Presentations will be held after each race here on that Wednesday, July 15th. There'll also be a live remote from our friends at Giant FM. WSVX of Shelbyville, plus food trucks, face painting, a special $2,500 Shelby County Legends handicapping contest, and also part of Shelby County Day. The mayor hoping to join us here for the Mayor's Classic on the card. Live music from Kit Hammond scheduled on the awning stage. So we celebrate the local community here in town. It's Shelby County Day, and that'll be here on Wednesday, July 15th. We'll go back to the standard 2:10 post time for Shelby County Day a week from this coming Saturday. So again, keeping you up to speed, we've got 9 races on tap here today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards during this Indiana Derby week from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Friday, on the eve of Indiana Derby Day, that post time will be noon. And of course, the big card of the season this coming Saturday. And again, the entries will be drawn today for Friday and Saturdays. The July 11th Indiana Derby Day card, special post time on the big day this coming Saturday, will be at noon Eastern. We want to thank all of our sponsors that have joined us here this year, signing on board for 2026, talking about Woodford Reserve, Murphy Trailer Sales, B&H Electric, the winner's circle sponsor of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They've got locations right here in town, in Seymour and in Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Also, want to salute, talking about Murphy Trailer Sales. Should mention them first. They're the winner's circle. And, of course, B&H Electric out there on the tote board and starting gate as well. The good guys there with B&H Electric. Want to mention Murphy Trailer Sales, Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy, not only the winner's circle sponsor, but also prominent donors here in the Hoosier State. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. If you'd like to reach out to them, they're at 765-361-8803. They're brick and mortar at 3000 Industrial Boulevard. That's in Crawfordsville here in the Hoosier State, 47933. If you'd like to contact our friends at Murphy Trailer Sales, tell Bruce and Lori hello from us. Midwest Rancher, they signed on board sponsorship-wise for racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis during this 123-day racing season, where Indiana Derby Day is coming up this Saturday. Midwest Rancher cheers. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com. You can ring them up at 812-680-4204. Their location, 101 West Laurel Street. That's in Seymour at 47274. Check them out, Midwest Rancher. Also, Russ Hubler Ford, their dealerships in Greensburg. If you're shopping, maybe you hit the 50-cent early pick 5 here today, or the late fire 5, or one of our multi-race wagers, including the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. That's part of the program here at the track today on this rescheduled Monday card. Maybe you pick yourself a new set of a Ford F-150. Their dealership there in Greensburg. They're on the web at russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-651-4615. Don't forget to follow us on social media here as we kick off Indiana Derby Week 2026. A lot to cover. Racing Rachel, she'll be here along with Ray and Houston. In fact, they wouldn't miss a Monday of Indiana Derby Week. Racing Rachel will be here through the course of the afternoon with 10 races on tap. You can follow me on X after celebrating that England dramatic victory in the World Cup over Team Mexico yesterday at the Azteca. I'm on X talking horse racing today, of course. During the morning, Portugal playing later this afternoon, and the USA against their rivals Belgium tonight with an 8 o'clock kick. I'm on X at John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen, I look forward to hearing what she had to say about that three-way go in the Easy's night beat overnight stakes here on Saturday, the 4th of July. That was a thriller, not your secret by a nostril over the dead heaters. AP Miss Lunas died in Escondido Gold. Martha will be covering the 2 quarter horse dashes here on the Monday card. That includes the Bradford Stakes over 400 yards and a nice allowance race to wrap us up just before the 7 o'clock hour. Martha's on X at Martha Clausen, and Brian Aragoni waiting in the wings to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5 here featured on this Monday racing card. Brian's on X always at Mr. B Analyst, talking about not only his selections, but thoughts about racing here in town and across the country. You can follow us TrackWise, specifically Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing on X at HS Indy Racing. Follow us on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and speaking of socials, we're there on YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Getting through this Monday edition of Wire to Wire. Again, the card was rescheduled. We had that last Wednesday cancellation due to the heat. And here today, it's warm, it's humid. Main track is good to kick off Indiana Derby Week. And again, the Caesars course out there also rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet, at least today, to start off our 6-day stretch for Indiana Derby Week 2026. Again, just to remind all, horsemen as well, looking forward to those entries coming out. The entries for Friday's card and also the big program on Saturday, Indiana Derby Day. They are being drawn today by Chris Polson and his crew there in the racing office. Looking forward to seeing the entries coming out later on Equibase. We'll know the fields for this year's Indiana Oaks and Indiana Derby, with the entries, as I mentioned, again being drawn today. So Saturday's a special post time of noon. Today the standard 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Quick commercial break. We'll take some time out here and check in with our sponsors in advance of the 2:10 opener here with the main track good. When the program Wire to Wire returns, we'll be checking in with Brian Aragoni to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5 sequence here today. We know it as the B block. Back with Brian right after this on a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
No rest for the weary here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully you had yourself an awesome Independence Day. I know we did here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It was great seeing all the fans on track on July 4th. What a great day it was, and what a great long weekend. Hopefully you are fully rested and recovered, because I know the staff is here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We kick off 6 racing days in a row. We're on the turf course today. We've got a 10 bagger on a Monday, and a beautiful Monday it is. A drying out track currently listed as good, currently listed as good and good. Our turf course is listed as good as well. Be on that turf in races 4, 6, and 8. Hopefully, some rain showers do stay away from us later on in the card. But race number 1, a 6-horse field, 1 mile going to be the distance in here. I thought the late Fire 5 maybe presented more opportunity to turn a little bit into a lot of it, but I've been wrong many a times before. Sometimes when it looks like it could be reasonable price horses or favorites, it comes in the exact opposite. We'll see how it shakes out today. In this race, I'm ultimately going to go just with the top 2 selections for me. Jueves d'Oro. Amir Mendoza has been riding great. He's still winning at nearly 15%, carrying that 5-pound weight allowance for Gennaro Garcia. 0 for 9. This horse is probably the fastest of the fast, but has had plenty of opportunities. And then the 5, Sig 45, 0 for 12, 5 second and third place finishes. Those 2 just stand out on numbers. Somebody else could jump up and run a big race, but I'm banking that those 2, if they perform the way they have in the past, albeit 0 for 21 combined, it's an upset alert. Outside of those 2, I would need to hit the all button to just navigate through this opener. It's a challenging opener, and race number 2 is also challenging as well. Kicks off today's $1 minimum pick 4, 15% takeout. Scratch number 5, Bolt Bayou, leaves us with a field of 6, set to go 5.5 furlongs in here for 3-year-old fillies, all in for a tag of $20,000. Again, this is not where I'm going to get creative. If there is a separator to be found, it might be Momentario. Amir Mendoza for John Herron, 1 for 11. Horse who chased willingly throughout, 2 back, and then last time out was in just against a tough group. Viral Plain Lady ran lights out as Mazcat just kind of pushed past very late. It was a unique race. This horse has been well spotted, been given a month off between races. I think I'm willing to go back to that May 21st race, a 75 buyer. Then they came back on just 2 weeks rest and dropped down to 27 in a very live race. Momentario could be a separator on that. What's their number? And Cavatelli, they just make a ton of sense in here. Their numbers certainly are higher than some of the others. You got horses going from allowance to claiming, and last time What's Her Number showed speed, just didn't show much finish against a tough group at Churchill Downs. Now cuts back, but I wouldn't settle for a very low price on What's Her Number. 5-year-old mare, only a one-time winner from 20 starts. That's one that I would demand a little bit of a price. Ontario probably provides the most value. In race number 2, kicks off today's $1 minimum pick 4 as well. We're back on a good turf course, or good rated course in race number 3. 3-year-old state bred allowance company, 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. No scratches or changes. This is a single, the hammer time for me. Socorro's Prayer. John Herron, Amir Mendoza, and it's possible he's going to be favored in all 3 races, potentially looking for a pure hat trick. That'll hopefully be the case. Burgos off. Mendoza gets the mount for Herron Thoroughbreds. This horse ran lights out against J.R. Shadowboy, who is a complete freak and a very good thing for an Indiana bred. And speaking of Indiana breds, you may have been tuning in to Saratoga this weekend. Booked an Indiana bred who took down a graded stakes up in upstate New York. Very impressive as well. So breeding in Indiana has certainly been going in the right direction, and I think horses like Booked, J.R. Shadowboy, and Socorro's Prayer are a big aspect of that. This horse is now stakes placed after a maiden victory in dominant fashion as well. This is the one to catch to cash in here, Socorro's Prayer. A single, a hammer time for me, and going to be a large win wager if this horse stays anywhere near 7-5. Race number 4 brings us to where we're going to try and create some of our value. Scratch numbers 9 and 10 out. The main track only did come out of this race. In race 4, this is a challenging sequence to kick off the Horseshoe hat trick. It's a wide open betting race. I think anyone can win in here. It's a race that I would command some value. Screaming Nina, 9-5 on the board, has the best recency. However, all of it's been on the dirt. There was a wire-to-wire winner last time out, just couldn't get the lead and could not ever push past Prayer Unbridled. They kind of made it a match race right from the beginning. They were well clear of the rest of that field. The dirt is favorable to Screamin' Nina. The turf, not so much. 0 for 2, hasn't hit the board yet. 9 to 5, one that I'm going to follow the board on, but I'm certainly going to spread out in this fourth race. The fifth race, we kick off the Itoba Pick 4, scratch number 3, Red State. I'll go 2, 4, and 7. You could easily go a little bit deeper in here, but man, do we have some horses shipping in. Multitask has been facing some of the country's best recently, including Saudi Crown, Built. You've got Cat on Time, David Jacobson, a couple of entries for him. John Heron, Hawkeye is an Indiana bred against Open Company who just loves to win. 6 wins from 16 starts as well. I think this race is unbelievably good. Navy SEAL for Nancy Knott making their first start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. A great race. This could be a glorified stakes race kicking off stakes week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. An unbelievable racing week here at Horseshoe Indy. We have 6 straight days of racing, some of the nation's lowest takeout in those pick 4s and pick 5s. 11.99% takeout kicking off this pick 5. Just a half hour away, John G. Dooley will take you through the scratches and changes. The horses will join us in the paddock, and we'll kick off 6 straight great days of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today to start off Indiana Derby Week. More clouds than sun, temperatures in the 80s. The main track labeled good to start. The turf course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet on this Monday here in town. 10 races in total. 8 thoroughbred races. A couple of quarter horse dashes, including the Bradford over the 400 yards. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's card to start off Indiana Derby Week here. A maiden mile at the top. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 with this. No scratches, 5 Sig 45, the jockey Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor on 5, Sig 45. Number 4, Woodall Pass, add 3 pounds to the program weight in the maiden mile opener. Race 2 starts the $1 early pick 4. And from the sprint, scratch number 5, Bolt Bayou. Number 5, Bolt Bayou has been scratched. 1, what's her number? The jockey will be Fernando de la Cruz. Scored a hat trick of wins here on the 4th of July card. Fernando de la Cruz vying for another riding title. He starts the card on 1, what's her number? On to the 3rd we go. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. 7, Unattainable Love. 1 pound over the program weight. Makes it there now 119. No scratches in the sprint. The 4th race starts the 50-cent late fire 5 and is the first leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 featured. Here in the 4th. Number 1, Party in the Club, a jockey change to Alexander Crispin. Alexander Crispin on 1, Party in the Club. Number 7, Over and Above, add 1 pound to the program weight. And then scratch 9, She's My Huckleberry. Confirming the scratch of at least one of the MTOs, Course Good. Scratch 9, She's My Huckleberry. Turning to the 5th. The sprint starts the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. 3, Red State has been scratched. Scratch the blue 3, Red State. Number 5, Multitask, a jockey change. Once again to one of the meet leaders, Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz tops the meet score sheet, riding here the 5, Multitask in the sprint. In the 6th race, the 2nd of 3 on the turf course. Scratch 1, Highest Memories. 4, Shiesty to Chase. Take out 5, Nip and Tuck. Scratch the 8, Bout Tree Fitty. 13, Taken and Run. 14, River Redemption. And 15, Frosty the Soldier. 7, Boitano, a jockey change. 2, Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor on 7, Boitano. Number 9, On Palm Sunday. The jockey will be Micah Meeks. The weight's okay. Micah Meeks rides number 9, On Palm Sunday. Once again, scratch the 1, 4, 5, 8, Bout Tree Fitty. And take out the 14, River Redemption, and 15, Frosty the Soldier. Just to note, 13, Taken and Run was entered as a main track only. We're on the turf. Note that MTO, the 13, Taken and Run, as we are on the turf course. In the 7th race, from the maiden, scratch 2, Emporium, and 3, Silvertown. Scratch 2 and 3. 7, Electa, the jockey will be Irving Moncada. On 7, Electa, the 10, Quite Baffling, will be ridden by Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos rides 10, Quite Baffling in the maiden. Race 8, Maiden Turf Mile. Here, scratch the 12, Suchi's Song. 12, Suchi's Song scratched from the Maiden Turf Mile, and the 8, Old Gray Tune, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Picks up another call on the card. Fernando de la Cruz on the 8, Old Gray Tune in the Maiden Turf Mile. A couple of quarter horse dashes highlighted by the Bradford. Stakes over the 400 yards. 9th race in your program. And the Bradford Stakes, no scratches, no rider changes. 5 Apolitical Mission plus 3 pounds. 7A Political Wagon is 2 over in the Bradford Stakes. Good track at this hour. 10th race, 6:43 finale, over the 300 yards. Here's scratch 9, Kiss of Corona. 11, favored first prize, and 12, JF Request a Flyby. Scratch the 9, 11, and the number 12. No rider changes, reported overweights. The 1, Keeper Off Tequila, +5. 2, 1A Political Dashes, 3 over. Number 4, Moon Into the Jazz, +4 pounds, makes it 130 corrected. And number 10, Run Don't Walk, add 2 pounds to the program weight, up to 128. Scratch the 9, 11, and 12. There a look at the 10. 8 thoroughbred races, a couple of quarter horse dashes, Bradford Stakes, that's carded as the penultimate race of the day. Clouds, some sun, temperatures in the 80s. Main track good to start, and 3 of them carded for the Caesars course. Course rated good, and the turf rail here on this Monday set at 36 feet. Horses in the walking ring, there's Quiet Empire for the maiden mile. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 to begin Indiana Derby week. Make it a great day with the Seer at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses call postword for the first race. Starting the 10-race card with a maiden mile. Main track good here, a field of 6. 5, Sig 45, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides number 5, Sig 45. 4, Woodall Pass, add 3 pounds to the listed program weight there. 6 run, first of the day over the mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track good. In addition, the turf course also rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet to start Indiana Derby week. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Top of the card, the start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track good. Turf course rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet out there on the Caesars course. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile start for the maiden, and the start to the pick 5 today. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Irving Moncada with Jane David. Micah Meeks, What All Pass, has taken her position in the starting gate. Joined Jane David. Alexander Crispin with Drogon. Santo Sanjo with Sig 45. 2 back at the mile start. Ramir Mendoza, Huevos Doro loads at 4-5. The first favorite, Huevos Doro. One more, Alberto Burgos with Quiet Empire. $20 to 1 on Quiet Empire. 3-5 on Huevos Doro. Main track good to start Indiana Derby week. They're in the gate. Boy, running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. And toward the inside, Jane David away alertly in company with Huevos Doro as they enter the first turn. Sig 45 in the blue cap, and Quiet Empire is 4 wide as they round the first turn, where Huevos Doro is now the overall leader at the 6.5. Drogon is running second to last, and the filling in their midst. What I'll pass in her 18th run, she trails here in the Monday opener. Making their way up the back, an early bid by Sig 45 for Santo Sanjor as Huevos Doro stands his ground for Amir Mendoza. It's Huevos Doro narrowly from pressing Sig 45 as they take this confrontation, a head-to-head battle toward the half-mile pole, while 2 clear from Jane David, who's vying for third, with on the outside Drogon, who's commencing a bid. What I'll pass toward the rail, and Quiet Empire taking closer order. It's a close-knit field. Half mile in 47.40 seconds. 23.55 for the lead part. 3 furlongs away. It's Huevos Doro, who just leads Sig 45 and Drogon. Gearing up now for Alexander Crispin. Here's Drogon up to Huevos Doro. On the edge of the quarter pole, they've come clear from Sig 45, joined by Jane David. What I'll pass is second to last, and Quiet Empire tailed off as these maidens head for home after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 12.48 seconds with Amir Mendoza. It's Huevos Doro, a 6-length leader. Deep in the final furlong now from Jane David, who's gained second, from Drogon, who's spent, and What I'll Pass makes a late bid, but close to home, it's Huevos Doro, has it sealed up. Huevos Doro won by 4 from Jane David. What I'll Pass was third, and Drogon finished 4th. $138.82 after the maiden mile. 138.82. Unofficial 3-1-4-2. Top of the card, the blue 3. Huevos Doro. 2-5 first. 1 Jane David at 5-1. Making his 8th career start, was second to the odds-on 2-5 winner, Huevos Doro. Here's a look. For What I'll Pass. She was making her 18th career run. The filling in their midst, 21 to 1/3 in the gold. And 2 Drogon, making his 17th career start. At 7 to 1 gets into the frame. Sig 45 and Quiet Empire. 6 ran, favored first. 138.82, Amir Mendoza. For Gennaro Garcia, a Southwest Racing Stables win. It's Huevos Doro. Starts Indiana Derby week. And Monday at 2 to 5. Race 1 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the Blue 3. Huevos Doro with Amir Mendoza. Huevos Doro is a 4-year-old bank gelding by Bolt Doro. Out of the Bodemeister mare, Gabby Meister. For Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Huevos Doro out to the maiden ranks at Dodds On. First results in. First to 10. Favorite takes it out. 3-1 exacted $10.80. 50-cent trifecta 3-1-4 paid $12.60. Drogon was fourth of the 6. 10-cent superfecta 3-1-4-2 paid $4.56. There was a claim that on 6 Quiet Empire. For $5,000, Quiet Empire was claimed by new owner and trainer Mary Listingy. Claimed Quiet Empire. Ran 6th. 6 ran. 138.82. Track now upgraded to fast. On to race 2 we go. Second race sprint. Scratch 5 Bolt Bayou. 5 Bolt Bayou has been scratched. Number 1. What's her number? The jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Again scored a hat-trick of wins here on the 4th of July card. Meet leader Fernando de la Cruz. Rides 1. What's her number? Exacted trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts with a $1 early pick 4. Main track now fast. The turf course remains rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet. Post time for the second race sprint will be in 21 minutes at 2:41. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers throughout Indiana Derby week early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Mile. Hope you had a bet on Huevos Doro. Indiana Derby week, they're in the gate. Going running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. And toward the inside, Jane David away alertly in company with Huevos Doro as they enter the first turn. Sig 45 in the blue cap, and Quiet Empire is 4 wide as they round the first turn, where Huevos Doro is now the overall leader at the 6.5. Drogon is running second to last, and the filling in their midst. Woodall Pass in her 18th run, she trails here in the Monday opener. Making their way up the back, an early bid by Sig 45 for Santo Sanjor as Huevos Doro stands his ground for Amir Mendoza. It's Huevos Doro narrowly from pressing Sig 45 as they take this confrontation, a head-to-head battle toward the half-mile pole, while 2 clear from Jane David, who's vying for third, with on the outside Drogon, who's commencing a bid. Woodall Pass toward the rail, and Quiet Empire taking closer order. It's a close-knit field. Half mile in 47.40 seconds. 23.55 for the lead part. 3 furlongs away. It's Huevos Doro, who just leads Sig 45 and Drogon. Gearing up now for Alexander Crispin. Here's Drogon up to Huevos Doro. On the edge of the quarter pole, they've come clear from Sig 45, joined by J. David. Woodall Pass is second to last, and Quiet Empire tailed off as these maidens head for home after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 12.48 seconds with Amir Mendoza It's Huevos Doro, a 6-length leader. Deep in the final furlong now from J. David, who's gained second, from Drogon, who's spent, and What I'll Pass makes a late bid, but close to home, it's Huevos Doro, has it sealed up. Huevos Doro won by 4 from J. David. What I'll Pass was third, and Drogon finished fourth.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race 2, 9 minutes away. We've got a scratch of the 5 in here. The 4 is, we're flip-flopping a little bit between the 1 and the 4. But I went with the 6 in here. As you can see, they've got her over, spraying her off over in the opening of the paddock. Definitely want to see how she does moving around here today. But this horse is in for, a tag of 20 today after being in some allowance races, May 21st, June 4th. This horse was second, a nice one, and on 2, and then ended up 7th last in that last race. So just draw a line through that one. I really don't know what happened. It seems like maybe she ran well sprinting on dirt on May 21st, but she obviously likes turf more. Kind of interested to see her get back on grass as she did last year when third in an allowance, broke the maiden sprinting on the turf by 5.5. So maybe one just hasn't come up that she could be competitive in, but she does have sprinting form, and her last second place finish with May 21st was sprinting on the dirt in a tougher race too. So I just think that she's pretty tough here with Amir Mendoza and John Horan, who have both been just unbelievably hot lately. Amir, there hasn't been a day that's gone by in a while that he hasn't had a win. And then I'm going to go to the 4, Patty's Girl, 2-1 right now on the tote board. Santos Sanger, board 4, Ray Hernandez. This is a 3-year-old filly making her 6th lifetime start. Threw up a second last time and claiming for 25 here on June 9th. She broke the maiden sprinting at Monmouth there last year. Since hasn't done much, switched barns. Debuted here on May 21st in that race that Momentario, my top selection, was in. Sorry. And just as ran against a couple of these, she was bumped last time and still got second. I mean, she really dueled and tried to get up there. So that's one that I think definitely has the kind of talent that probably hasn't been cultivated yet. She won gate to wire fashion breaking her maiden, and I don't think we've seen the best of her yet. Then I'm going to go to the 1, which is the current favorite right now at 8-5. What's her number? Gabe Saez coming in to ride for Carlos Santa Maria, and this is a 5-year-old mare. Love Gabe. I mean, it's Indiana Derby week. He's won Indiana Derby before. He rides big race days, and when he's off, happy to see him here. This horse was ridden at Oaklawn back early May to a 3rd place finish after a slow break, kind of missing it there with Keith aboard. And then Churchill Downs ran on May 25th. That was really a lackluster try, and it was claiming for 20, but we're shortening up in distance here, and we're dropping down a touch in class. I think he's facing a little bit easier. But this is a 1 for 20 horse. All of these horses in this race, only one. So I kind of went towards untested ones here in mind, but I could not leave out the 1. What's her number is I do believe she's kind of classy in this one. 6-4-1 for me here in the second race. This does start the early $1 pick 4 on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good luck.
Late scratch. There it is, number 1. What's her number? Has now been ordered scratched from the Philly Sprint. Scratch 1, what's her number? That's a late scratch. Upon recommendation of the veterinarian in the paddock and by order of the stewards. 1, what's her number? The mare has been scratched here from the second race. All wagers on 1, what's her number? Refunds. It'll be a 3-1 consolation double. 3 and 1 for a consolation double. Those using 1, what's her number in the 50-cent early pick 5. That wager transfers to the post-time favorite. 3-1 for a consolation double. All wagers here on one. What's her number? Scratch the 1. Stepping onto the track for the second race. Now a field of 5 after that late scratch on the 1. What's her number? Paddock scratch and take out 5. Bolt Bayou. Scratch the 1 and the number 5. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4. Main track now fast. 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. The start to the $1 early pick 4 at hand. Main track fast. Again, the turf course rated good. Turf rail of 36 feet to start Indiana Derby week off. Lane scratch on 1. What's her number? 5 Bolt Bayou, another non-runner. Scratch the 1 and 5. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Evan Roman with Cavatelli. Micah Meeks, Karum's Croupier coming up. Joins Cavatelli. 3 fillies back. Santos Angel with Patty's Girl. Number 1, what's her number, was a lane scratch. The 1's a non-runner. Momentario would be a double for Amir Mendoza. 1 more, Call Me Angel, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with 28 wins here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Momentario, Call Me Angel in the red cap. Nearest the inside is the great Cavatelli, along with Karum's Croupier right there. Cavatelli taken back off of heels and joined on the outside by Patty's Girl, while Cavatelli, into the hands of Evan Roman, now trails the Phillies quintet as they go past the half-mile pole. Out in front, Call Me Angel, and to the inside, Momentario, as they round the far turn. We're racing 3 clear from Patty's Girl in third. 1 more to Karum's Croupier, being driven to gain by Micah Meeks, and Cavatelli looking to gain 6 lengths off these leaders. The quarter 4th through in 22.22 as they turn for home. It's Momentario, who just leads toward the inside for Amir Mendoza. Momentario, and on the outside, Call Me Angel, 1 furlong to go. Charging on the outside is Patty's Girl, Karum's Croupier, right there in the hunt as they come past the 16th. The 1 detached is Cavatelli. Nearest the inside, Momentario has thwarted Call Me Angel. With Amir Mendoza, Momentario won by 2. Call Me Angel was kept at bay by Momentario. Karum's Croupier third, and then Patty's Girl and Cavatelli. .104.26 after the distaff dash. 6-7-3-4 and the 2. 6 Momentario at 3-5 first. 7 Call Me Angel. 14-1 on the runner-up. Number 3 Karum's Croupier at 12-1 third, and 4 Patty's Girl. 4th there's Cavatelli, last of 5 home. 5 fillies ran. 104.26. Favorite first at 3-5, and there she is. The daughter of War Whale Momentario. Amir Mendoza for John Harron. At 3-5 favorites, sweep the early double on a Monday at the shoe. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? There's been a rider's claim of foul. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 7, Call Me Angel, the unofficial runner-up at 14-1, has claimed foul against Amir Mendoza, riding the unofficial 3-5 winner, the 6 Momentario, alleging interference upon turning for home. This is a jockey's claim of foul. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 7, Call Me Angel, claims foul against apprentice Amir Mendoza on 6, Momentario, alleging interference upon straightening away at the 3/16. It's under a steward's review. Hold all bets pending the jockey's objection outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The stewards have made a disqualification. The jockey's objection has been upheld. After a review of the stretch run, the stewards have disqualified number 6, Momentario, from first. Will place the 6, Momentario, second for coming out, bumping, and causing interference with the 7, Calming Angel, in the stretch run. With the disqualification, number 7, Calming Angel, at 14-1 has been placed first. Number 6, Momentario, at 3-5, disqualified from first and placed second. Number 3, Karum's Croupier, third, and the 4, Patty Scroll, fourth, and Cavatelli was fifth. Calming Angel, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables, Southside Stables LLC. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Instagram. Out of the English Channel mare, Another Angel. Calming Angel placed first at 14-1. After the jockey's objection was upheld and the disqualification made, race 2 is now official. The 7-6 exacta, $114.40. 50-cent trifecta, 7-6-3, $122.55. Patty's Girl, fourth. Cavatelli, fifth. 10-cent superfecta, 7-6-3-4, paid $39.45. 3-7 double, $44.40. 3-1 for a consolation double, $3 even. In the Phillies sprint, the 1 and 5 were non-runners. Favorite disqualified. First to second. 5 ran, 104.26, fast track. 21 minutes away from race 3 with a revised post time. Next sprint, no scratches, no rider changes. 7 unattainable love, a pound over the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, post time now 3:18. And they're off. Momentario, Calming Angel in the red cap. Nearest the inside is the great Cavatelli, along with Karum's Croupier right there. Cavatelli taken back off of heels and joined on the outside by Patty's Girl, while Cavatelli, into the hands of Evan Roman, now trails the Phillies quintet as they go past the half-mile pole. Out in front, Calming Angel, and to the inside, Momentario, as they round the far turn. We're racing 3 clear from Patty's Girl in third. 1 more to Karum's Croupier, being driven to gain by Micah Meeks, and Cavatelli looking to gain 6 lengths off these leaders. The quarter 4th through in 22.22 as they turn for home. It's Momentario, who just leads toward the inside for Amir Mendoza. Momentario, and on the outside, Calming Angel, 1 furlong to go. Charging on the outside is Patty's Girl, Karum's Croupier, right there in the hunt as they come past the 16th. The one detached is Cavatelli. Nearest the inside, Momentario has thwarted Calming Angel. With Amir Mendoza, Momentario won by 2. Calming Angel was kept at bay by Momentario. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Well, that certainly spices things up for the early pick 5 and the pick 4 with a change to Call Me Angel, your winner. After review, the objection allowed in there. So certainly want to check those tickets, make sure they're still alive, or maybe time to rip them up, start anew with exactas, trifectas, rolling pick threes, daily doubles as well. We'll be back on that main track, 5.5 furlongs for the upcoming third race. No scratches or changes. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. 3-year-old state bred allowance competition in here. This is my best bet of the day, the hammer time. Hoping to be the hammer versus the nail. It's been some time since we've been the hammer, been the nail quite often over the past couple of months here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with these hammer times. But today's a new day, and we're 0 for 0 right now on hammer time. So Socorro's Prayer has some living up to do and some hype as well. Amir Mendoza, he was just qualified in race number 2. He's looking to get that purse money right back in here and back in his wallet with Socorro's Prayer, who's faced some very tough company, even at the maiden special weight level this season. Always ran into some very live animals. You look at this horse who made the 3-year-old seasonal debut on April 8th, our opening week, ran into Hard Luck Prayer. Well, Hard Luck Prayer has just gone on to rattle off 3 wins and a second, has banked almost $100,000 this season. Talk about a live maiden special weight race. And then following Tough Luck, second place finish behind Hard Luck Prayer, they ran into Fool's Gesture. Well, Fool's Gesture is a nice one as well. This horse may have got the maiden breaking score at 6-1. Then they beat Allowance Foes. They ran very well in the Sagamore Sired handicap, and Fool's Gesture is another horse who's banked just under $60,000. They got the maiden breaking score for Socorro's Prayer against a little bit of an easier group in which they showed speed, cleared off, always had more. It was a wrapped-up, easy win. Now, they did burn some money along the way. The bettors were burned repeatedly with Socorro's Prayer, but I'm hopeful we're not going to be in that category today. Has been favored in 4 of 7, so is no stranger to being favored. Went off at 19-1 and outran his odds in the $100,000 Sagamore Sired handicap as well. Showed very good speed, didn't show much finish. Your second place runner, Mr. T, is nominated for Saturday's Indiana Derby, a graded stakes, and Junior Shadow Boy has basically run everyone off their feet. Every time anybody's lined up against Junior Shadow Boy, they have lost pretty much every single time by numerous lengths. 99, 95, 87 Buyer speed figures for J.R. Shadow Boy, who's been one of the best on our grounds for Joe Davis and Jimenez Racing Stables. So no slouches, ran a good third-place finish last time out, get some class relief today from Handicap Company into Allowance Company again today. I think this is strictly the horse to beat, and at 3-1, this would be the horse to bet. May have to call the wife if this horse does, or if this number does stick around at 3-1 to let her know that we'll be either eating noodles in company or living the good life at 3-1 on Socorro's Prayer. But the 5 is getting taken care of by the hose right now. Cool down for Imminent Forecast, 1 for 17. It's a little bit misleading. He's had numerous opportunities to get that elusive second victory, 9 second and third place finishes, but I'm not ready to write him off. I do think he presents plenty of value today. John Heron owns and trains Micah Meek's going to be in the saddle, 5-1 right now. I thought maybe he'd be a little bit higher. He did run in a race in which was a merry-go-round effort back on May 20th in a sloppy off track where he lost by a neck. He just ultimately got wore down, galloped out well, and then last time out, Q's got class, went from last to first in the blink of an eye. Imminent Forecast was running on well, showed a new dimension, being able to come from off the pace, sit off the leaders, and tried to run late, but Q's got class, had a little bit better turn of foot that day. I think Imminent Forecast, despite only 1 win and 17 starts, certainly in with a big shot in here, and it appears bettors do agree, 5-1 on the board. The 3 is Silver Sterling, 2 wins from 13 starts. Tony Cunningham, the guy does a great job with either quarter horses or thoroughbreds. He certainly doesn't need a map to our winner's circle. He's winning at 13% this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Joshua Morales going to be calling the shots in here. Horse who's been in good form, showed good speed, hasn't shown the ability to finish off his races super strong, but he might be the quickest of this group. And if some of the other speed doesn't break, I want to be on the lead in here. They were bet down to 6-5 on May 20th in a sloppy event. I don't have any statistics to back this belief of mine, but when horses exit a sloppy or tiring track, like a good track or a drying out track, their next race, they usually come back stronger and able to hold on and sustain a little bit longer, and I think that could be the case in here for Silver Sterling, who has ran in the slop in the past. In the next race, ran very well. In fact, back in 2023, almost beat Kingsbury Road, who's a Class E1 as well. Showed good speed, just got nailed at the wire. I think there's plenty of upside for Silver Sterling in this spot. 9-2 on the board, but right now surprising the amount of money coming in on Unattainable Love. Tony Cunningham's charge is 12-1 on the morning line, currently 2-1. Very unique wagering, at least in those win pools right now. Maybe it's here to stay, maybe it's not, because this horse, Unattainable Love, did go off at 3-2 and ran 5th last time out. Are the bettors back again, or is it fool's gold with some early money and playing with the pools on Unattainable Love? I'm all about Socorro's Prayer. Hopefully it'll be the hammer versus the nail 5 minutes away from race 3 at the Shoe.
The horses call postward now for the third race. The sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 7, Unattainable Love. 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. Here, all 7 run. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading, Joe Ramos with Southwick. First to take his spot. Evan Roman with Major Express has joined Southwick. Now Sacaro's Prayer, Amir Mendoza won the opener. Huevos Doro and Calming Angel are first 2 winners. Micah Meeks, Eminent Forecast like Sacaro's Prayer, both for John Herron here. The State Bred Sprint. Josh Morales with Silver Sterling. Simmer Bermudez, Reiteration to post 6. At 5.5 furlongs, Fast Track, stand by, 1 more. Rodney Prescott, Unattainable Love. One of the Tony Cunningham, too. Here's Unattainable Love. Sacaro's Prayer, 3 to 5 favorite, all in line. The Robin sprinting. Silver Sterling Speedy. Quickly engaged toward the inside by Southwick, and on the outside, the white cap of Imminent Forecast with these leaders. It's Southwick, who's come through from the rail to just lead them for Joe Ramos. Silver Sterling is second and close, along with Imminent Forecast across the track going past the half mile. Amir Mendoza and Sacaro's Prayer in a green cap. Major Express is running in 5th at the 3.5. The trailers are Unattainable Love and Reiteration has dropped back to 7th. The quarter was 22.22 seconds, inside 3 furlongs to go. Silver Sterling, tackled by Imminent Forecast. Southwick showed that speed at 19 to 1, but has dropped back coming past the quarter pole. Major Express on the far outside. As they straighten away, it's Silver Sterling who's emerged in front. Sacaro's Prayer coming up the rail. Imminent Forecast is third but hard pressed coming past the 8th pole. Then on the outside, next is Unattainable Love. It's Silver Sterling for Josh Morales. Silver Sterling toward the inside, Sacaro's Prayer game, but falls a half length short to Silver Sterling, who finishes on top. Imminent Forecast third, and Unattainable Love finished back in 4th. 102.70 after the state bred sprint. Unofficial, 3.2573. Silver Sterling, 10-1 first. 2 Saquero's Prayer at 1-5 was second. 5 Imminent Forecast at 9-1 third. And 7 Unattainable Love at 7-1 gets into the frame. We trail back to Major Express with Reiteration and Southwick. 102.70. The Blue 3. Silver Sterling, Joshua Morales was one of Tony Cunningham's 2. It's a 10-1 on Silver Sterling. Rain Salt official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 3, Silver Sterling with Joshua Morales. Silver Sterling is a 5-year-old gray roan gelding by Europe. Out of the Dixie Union mare, Silver Union. There's Tony Cunningham, trains for owner Shelly Chavez. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Silver Sterling, the 5-year-old now 3-time winner. 3-2 exacta paid $41.60. 50-cent trifecta, 325, paid $34.50. 7-3 double, $834.60. Silver Sterling capped off our first pick 3 on this Monday of Indiana Derby week. Returned $185.65, and Unattainable Love was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 3257, returned $38.74. And the Indiana bred sprint, favorite second, all 7 ran. Fast track, 102.70 after the running of race 3. 23 minutes away from race 4, first of those on the turf course and in the turf mile. Scratch the main track onlys. 9, She's My Huckleberry, and the 10, Get Even Kid. Course good, turf rail at 36 feet. Scratch the MTOs, the 9 and the number 10. One Party in the Club will be ridden here by Alexander Crispin. Alexander Crispin on the last out maiden winner. Party in the Club. 7 over and above is a pound over the weight. Makes it there now 119. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Course good, fast main track. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. Featured on races 4, 6, and 8. Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3 on the day. Post time for the turf mile, 350. Robin sprinting. Silver Sterling speedy. Quickly engaged toward the inside by Southwick. And on the outside, the white cap of Imminent Forecast with these leaders. It's Southwick, who's come through from the rail to just lead them for Joe Ramos. Silver Sterling is second and close, along with Imminent Forecast across the track going past the half mile. Amir Mendoza and Sakara's Prayer in a green cap. Major Express is running in 5th at the 3.5. The trailers are Unattainable Love and Reiteration has dropped back to 7th. The quarter was 22.22 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Silver Sterling tackled by Imminent Forecast. Southwick showed that speed at 19-1, but has dropped back coming past the quarter pole. Major Express on the far outside. As they straighten away, it's Silver Sterling who's emerged in front. Sakaro's Prayer coming up the rail. Imminent Forecast is third but hard pressed coming past the 8th pole. Then on the outside, next is Unattainable Love. It's Silver Sterling for Josh Morellas. Silver Sterling toward the inside, Sakaro's Prayer game, but falls a half length short to Silver Sterling, who finishes on top. Imminent Forecast third and
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Minutes away from race 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Kicks off today's late Fire 5, still live in that early pick 5. Certainly wish you the best of luck. Hopefully you can bring it home. Our first pick 3 of the day returned generous amount. That daily double 7 and a 3 returned $385 as a pick 3, with $17,000 in the pool returned $186, and that's for 50 cents as well. So certainly off to a great start if you're still alive in those horizontals. And speaking of kicking things off, we do begin the $1 horseshoe hat trick here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. All 3 turf races, you have to get the Winners correct. Next even races, 4, 6, and 8, all on the turf. And with turf, brings some big fields. Scratch numbers 9 and 10 out of this event. Scratch She's My Huckleberry along with Get Even Kid. We're going to go 1 mile on a good turf surface in here with that rail setting at 36 feet. I'm going to go to Screamin' Nina. This is a horse who brings in what I believe to be the best form. The big question mark, and it is a big one, which is why this horse is likely to go off in an overlay, is the surface, the turf, for Steve Fosdick and Dave Hearn's Screamin' Nina, who's consistent in the exacta 6, 4, 11 on the toes, on the muscle, looking good down here in the walking ring. It's a warm day, but it's not as hot as we've seen it for many days in the past. It's cooled off just a little bit, but not a drop of sweat. Looks plenty fit. Brings in good form, dominated by 7 on the dirt, then dominated by 14 on the dirt, lost by a neck. Last time out in a wire-to-wire winner in which Prayer Unbridled and Screamin' Nina had it all their own way. They turned it into a match race right off the jump, and Screamin' Nina never could push past. Now, the turf is a different game in here. 0 for 2 on the turf, hasn't hit the board, hasn't run great, but hasn't run particularly poorly either. This horse closed from off the pack in the turf debut and then went to the lead and just kind of got wore down in a dueling stretch run there at Horseshoe Indianapolis last season at the maiden specialweight level. I think Screamin' Nina is a 4-year-old filly who's ultimately in much better form in her 4-year-old campaign than she was at 3. And I think ultimately that those turf races weren't so much the surface, it's just that she's so much better right now than she was back then, or at least that's the hope. But with the unknowns on the turf, it looks like we're going to get an overlay price. 5-2 DRF projections right at 5-2 as well, off that 9-5 morning line. So a little bit chilly in the wind pool right now for Screamin' Nina, but a horse who is taking some action and not chilly at all, cut in half. It's Party in the Club. Alex Crispin for Tavares Douglas, 3-year-old filly by Kierban. Ultimately 1 for 9 with 4 seconds and 2/3. This will be the turf debut. Is on a Party Club, who was a Sky Mesa mare. She was a 2-time winner. She never tried the turf herself. And of her foals, she's only really had Party in the Club so far. So there's not a lot of things to go off of on the paper. I know the Tomlinson number is over 300. Anything over 300 is okay. Anything below 200, I'd probably yield against. And 400 is just unbelievable. So Party in the Club, another horse who brings in good form, just got that elusive first victory by almost 10 lengths in an off-turf event. I do like when Connections tried to get on the turf last time. They won off the turf, and then they still want to get on the turf again. So I like that. They've been anxiously trying to get Party in the Club on the turf, and early projections would indicate this horse is going to take some action as well. 4-1 off that 8-1 morning line. Certainly in with a big chance for Party in the Club. The 6 is Charming Jazeel. Ice cold on the board. 7-2 morning line. Currently 7-1 for Bob Gorham. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. already a winner on the day. This one brings in the most experience of many in this group. Start number 20 today. Trying to do something that she hasn't done in nearly 2 years for this good-looking chestnut. She's 5 years old, but she's winless on our turf, winless on the turf, and winless over the last 2 years. So why select her? She's had somewhat of a couple of troubled trips. I think her form's a lot more muddied up than one may suspect. She sprinted on the dirt back in April, in which she kind of had a lot of dirt thrown in her face that day, kind of shifted out, and she was all over with her lead changes. I thought she ran a lot better in what is believed to be a very good state-bred turf race against Sweet Heat, Midnight Capper, Sweet Janelise as well. All those horses have gone on to have some modicum of success on our turf course. So a little bit of a stab, but you're going to get an overlay price in here. Let's take a look at how we navigated this late Fire 5, taking advantage of today's 11.99% takeout, the lowest takeout in the entire country today. I, like you, I do have some questions on Screamin' Nina, and typically if I'd have some questions, I'd go to a long shot. I didn't in this race, so I'm currently on your lukewarm favorite as a top selection, but I do believe this is a wide-open race that could produce a crazy result in here. But right now the betting board is very spread out. It's difficult to navigate who's going to be the favorite, let alone who's going to win the race. A lot of horses right in that 5-2 to 4-1 mix right now. So it looks like it's likely to be a spread race. If you can go light here, you would put yourself in a great position later on, because I'm sure many agree with what I saw in the form, and it's a very difficult race to try and navigate using just one or two horses. Race number 5, this is stakes quality competition in here, no doubt about it. I mean, you got your $100,000 William Harrison handicap winner, Hawkeye, who's going to be double-digit odds. Then you got Anna Brett bringing in Laffy Adjudicator, who's a 13-time winner. Win today would push earnings over $400,000. You've also got Multitask, who faced Saudi Crown and Built not all that long ago over at Churchill and Keeneland during their spring meet, and then Cat on Time. David Jacobson as well for Joe Ramos. I'm going to go 2, 4, and 7 in here. Navy SEAL could be any sort. Another horse who's been somewhat of a win machine with a lot of back class as well. Stakes quality talent kicking off today's Itoba pick 4. Race 6, we'll head out to that turf course yet again. We'll use some of the outside markers in here, 6, 7, 11, and 12. The main track onlys did come out with that abundant sunshine here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Count on Amazonia could be any sort at 6-1. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Eric Foster have been doing very well at Horseshoe Indianapolis, along with Go Bali Go, and then Boitano and Wicked Surprise. If I was playing 2 tickets, I'd consider singling Boitano. I think he'll get back to his winning ways today. Despite being 7 years old, he's certainly still going strong. And he's a horse for course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, looking for win number 3 in start number 5 on our turf course. The riders have the instructions. We'll find out if they follow it or don't. 5 minutes away from race 4, kicking off today's Late Fire 5.
The horses called post right now for the 4th race. Here are the Fillies Mares Turf Mile. A field of 8. Scratch the also eligibles. 9, Cheese My Huckleberry, and 10, Get Even Kid were entered as MTOs. Course good. Turf rail 36 feet to start Indiana Derby week off. Scratch the MTOs, the 9, and the number 10. One party in the club, the jockey Alexander Crispin. Alexander Crispin rides the one party in the club. 7 over and above is a pound over the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start here of the 50-cent Late Fire 5. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf pick 3. Races 4, 6, and 8. 2 minutes to post time. 2 and 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first 3 times here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, crossing over to the turf course. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loving starts Alexander Crispin today with Party in the Club. Last out maiden winner here. Unbridled Sabbath, Amir Mendoza on the Monday score sheet. Sando Sanjo with Skippin' Justice drew post 2. Floating here at the mile. Now Charming Giselle, Marcelino Pethosa Jr. was placed first in our seconds of the day. Alberto Burgos with Amazingness, taking her spot. Rodney Prescott with Over and Above. Simmer Bermudez Flowered. Course good. Turf rail at 36 feet. To start Indiana Derby week. One more. Irving Moncada with Screamin' Nina. Over the mile. They're in the gate. They're off. Starter caught them on a nice line out. Unbridled Sabbath with toward the inside. Skippin' Justice. Here's Over and Above. And on the outside of Over and Above, Screamin' Nina. And the black cap, but with Rodney Prescott. Over and Above leads Screamin' Nina out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to go. They've kicked clear in the early stages from Unbridled Sabbath, who's saving ground running in third as these leaders go to the back of the course. Charming Giselle running in fourth. Flowered and the Navy Silks and Cap is out deep on the course from fifth. Then comes Party in the Club in sixth. Amazingness is running second to last, and Skippin' Justice trails. The opening quarter in 23.63 seconds. It's Over and Above. Over and Above leads the turf mile by 3/4 length to Screamin' Nina. Kept close to the leader there by Irving Moncada. A break of 4 to Charming Giselle between horses. Flowered is racing wide, and Unbridled Sabbath remains a ground-saving fifth with the rail at 36 feet. Amazingness is 7 lengths off these leaders. Then Party in the Club and Skippin' Justice being asked to raise an effort from out of last by Sando Sanjor. Half mile in 47.81 seconds. Over and Above and Screamin' Nina as they come past the quarter pole. Then farther back to Flowered. Charming Giselle with the rail. Amazingness on the far outside. Unbridled Sabbath with Party in the Club and Skippin' Justice. These fillies and mares have straightened away 3/4. 8 ticks over 111. 1 furlong to go. Screamin' Nina has kicked into the advantage here, coming past the 16th. Charming Giselle, Amazingness, and she's staying on. Here's Amazingness for Alberto Burgos. Amazingness takes Screamin' Nina. And third's close between Skippin' Justice with Charming Giselle. $136.22 after the Fillies Mares Turf Mile. It was 14-1 on the Blue 3. Amazingness. 8 Screamin' Nina at 7-2 was tracked down. Third's close. This up to the judges. Hold all tickets until official. Alberto Burgos getting on the Monday score sheet for Tony Granitz. Notional mare Amazingness got up at 14-1. 3, 8, 6, and 2. There it is in frame 3. Amazingness 14-1 confirmed first. Hold all bets until official. 8 Screamin' Nina 7-2 was second in the turf mile. Number 6 Charming Giselle 11-1 got the nod for third over 2 Skippin' Justice 14-1 fourth. 3862. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the Blue 3. Amazingness with Alberto Burgos. Amazingness is a 7-year-old bay mare by Notional. And a Vivian Star by Eddington. The now 4-time winner racing for Brucey Edelman and Tony Granitz. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Amazingness. 3-8 exacta paid $225.80. 50-cent trifecta, $226.80. Amazingness. After the turf mile, capped off a 50-cent pick 3. On races 2, 3, and 4, returned $311.50. 3 and 3 double, combining Silver Sterling with Amazingness. The Blue 3s, $366.20. 10-cent superfecta paid $175.74. Skip Injustice was outnodded for third. 8 ran, course good, 136.22. 21 minutes away from race 5 of 10 to start Indiana Derby week off. Big card coming up here on Saturday. Hoping you can join us for Indiana Derby Day. A field of 9 entered for this Saturday's Grade 3 Indiana Derby. 6 fillies for the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Friday and Saturday cards from noon. Race 5 sprint, take out 3 Red State. The Blue 3. Red State scratched. 5 multitask, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Leads the meet with 30 wins after a hat trick on the 4th of July. Fernando de la Cruz on 5 multitask. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. It starts the $1 late pick 4 daily. Presented by Itoba. Post time for the 5th race sprint at 4:21. Theroff. Starter caught them in a nice line out. Unbridled Sabbath with toward the inside. Skip Injustice. Here's Over and Above. And on the outside of Over and Above, Screamin' Nina and the black cap, but with Rodney Prescott. Over and Above leads Screamin' Nina out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to go. They've kicked clear in the early stages from Unbridled Sabbath, who's saving ground running in third as these leaders go to the back of the course. Charming Giselle running in fourth. Flowered and the Navy Silks and Cap is out deep on the course from 5th. Then comes Party in the Club in 6th. Amazingness is running second to last, and Skip Injustice trails. The opening quarter in 23.63 seconds. It's Over and Above. Over and Above leads the turf mile by 3/4 length to Screamin' Nina. Kept close to the leader there by Irving Moncada. A break of 4 to Charming Giselle between horses. Flowered is racing wide, and Unbridled Sabbath remains a ground-saving 5th with the rail at 36 feet. Amazingness is 7 lengths off these leaders. Then Party in the Club and Skip Injustice Being asked to raise an effort from out of last by Santos Sanjor. Half mile in 47.81 seconds, over and above in Screamin' Nina. As they come past the quarter pole, then farther back to Flowered, Charming Giselle with the rail. Amazingness on the far outside. Unbridled Sabbath with Party in the Club and Skippin' Justice. These fillies and mares have straightened away 3/4. 8 ticks over 1:11. 1 furlong to go. Screamin' Nina has kicked into the advantage here, coming past the 16th. Charming Giselle, Amazingness, and she's staying on. Here's Amazingness for Alberto Burgos. Amazingness takes Screamin' Nina. And third's close between Skippin' Justice.
I'm over here literally thinking I need to write down, put Barry on the schedule for Saturday because I was so jelly that I didn't get to have him on. Louis Roubeau here, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for Derby. How was that for an intro? We're going to talk about Derby here.
What a shiny head I have.
What a shiny head you have. And Barry, Sniper's coming, but Josh was here today.
Yeah.
Sarah, we're so
Yeah,
happy
team.
the crew came. We drew a little early, got the show out on social media, and everything's great. So I'm just going to take a couple minutes here since we've got the pro who hasn't been running around like a chicken with his head cut off, unlike
no
me.
head cut off, still here and shiny.
Yes, and he knows the Derby horses. I haven't even got to look them up yet. So we're going to let Louis tell you what he thinks. But just let's take a look at the draw really quick, you guys. Lighter from Brisset, he's got 2. Marcelino, our guys on there. 2 position. You know I'm rooting for my hometown guy, Justin.
100%.
He's says he's still my farrier, even though he quit as soon as he got this good horse. But I think maybe he said that just because he wanted me to get him draw info. Can't blame the man.
You're not allowed to say
Can't
that on the
blame
air,
the
by the
man.
way. No, but no.
He's like,
He's
Rachel,
farriers.
I'll
Yeah.
come do your feet, your
He's
horse's
farriers.
feet. Just tell me
Oh,
who drew in.
See, the feet thing, too, you got to make sure people know it's a horse thing, and not another.
Oh, I'm so
different-
sorry. Yeah, because we know,
I know
how
this is
people
just a
are about
simulcast on
feet.
Monday, but like you got to be.
Yep,
you
you're
gotta
right.
be thoughtful about
Hooves.
it.
Mitch is on there. Zanal from Jonathan Thomas. Umberto Rispoli coming in to ride.
professional
What a
broadcast.
wonderful guy.
Yep.
Our money man, Brett Calhoun and Axel Concepcion. Bricklin draws into post position 5. As you can see, Brissett and Fernando. Creole Chrome, Joe Sharp and Junior Alvarado. 7 out of the woods, Phil D'Amato. I don't know very much about that horse. Louis Saez aboard. Leading Change, Cox and Irad. And then Desert Gate for Baffert. With Flo aboard. Tell me what you think. I mean, the show was great. I just wanted to get it out on simulcast.
totally
What your
appreciate
thoughts
it.
are, Louis?
Yeah, no, I think there are several interesting horses in the Derby this year, and you mentioned some of those names that are going to be making the trip up here, and Irad Ortiz Jr., Luis Saez, Junior Alvarado. And frankly, the name I was most excited to see was Umberto Rispoli, who's going to be off the bench. He's been on an injured reserve, frankly, in horse racing for the last couple of months.
Such a nice guy. His wife's super sweet.
Just
so
nice
talented.
to see him back.
So nice to see him
frankly,
back.
a meaningful mount immediately in a grade 3, $300,000 kind of race here.
100%.
Making the trip for a guy who does keep a stable here in Jonathan Thomas. And all is interesting. Let's start there. Why not? A local horse broke its maiden here. And once in a while, the Indiana Derby is reflective of other things that we see with 3-year-olds, which is sometimes that competition maybe earlier in the year, whether it be at a Santa Anita or a Churchill, just a little bit too much. Horses develop a little bit later.
Right.
They come to a place like Indiana, maybe get a little bit of class relief that way. Goes ahead and wins first time. Why can't this be a horse for course?
Yeah.
Why could it not be? And so I'm interested to see Zanal this weekend. You mentioned Out of the Woods and not knowing much about that. I think of Out of the Woods as a classic summer Derby winner. In other words, took a little while to break his maiden, does that eventually at Oaklawn Park, steps in against winners, wins for the first time, tries the Delaware Derby for the first time, finishes a good second, then comes here, tried a Graded Stakes Company for the first time for Kenny McPeak, or excuse me, for Phil D'Amato in this case. Luis Saez gets the mount. This is one that's going to be near the front or on the pace itself. I think Luis Saez can set up really, really well here, but we look at past Leading Change here. Past drop Lasix, goes 2 turns for the first time, but boy, I don't know, Dragoon Guard, other examples, 3 of the last 6 winners coming out of that Cox barn. Going to be tough to beat in there.
Yeah, always the Brad Cox horses. How many did you say the last 3?
3 of the last 6.
3, yeah, 3 in the last 6. So that was 5, 6. Thank you very much. Another note, just to keep you guys up to date, Bob Baffert has won this race. It's been a long time since he's been here. I think Josh made a good point, not traveling real well right now, the barn.
Outside of California, not as good as some of those things. But to be fair, when Baffert said that he was going to set up a string of Churchill Downs, he knew that this was part of it.
Yeah.
That you're going to run into better, stiffer competitions.
agree.
Those 30% win rates are not going to happen,
Yeah.
both on field size and on competition. But Desert Gate in here, we'll see. Cross-listed in Iowa, this happens. We'd love it, by the way, Iowa, if you could figure it out and be a different time. Just
Get off our race.
interesting one here.
Get off our day.
Frankly,
But
if
yeah.
I saw this list of horses and I thought Desert Gate was good enough to win the Ohio Derby, I'd be coming here, graded stakes. This is where I would be.
Yeah. We see Irad coming in as well. He has never won here of all the mounts he's had. He's had a handful, and he's gotten a lot of seconds. So we're going to go 2 horses in the paddock really quick. I'll give you my thoughts before they head out to the paddock on the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But a very exciting Indiana Derby, a wonderful draw. Thank you for covering it again, you guys. You did a great job
By the way,
for us.
reminder, too, we'll be here 11 to noon under the awning If you have questions about
Yes.
horse racing, come find us during the day. We would love to hear from you. I might be wearing a hat, so I'll be a little harder to identify instead of being like Mr. Clean. But hey, you know, how old is that reference, by the way?
He'll have
Man.
He'll have a
feel like Mr.
stogie
Clean's like a
and a
1986
drink in
reference.
hand. If you have any betting questions,
There will be cigars. Yeah,
Louis,
so
yeah,
there'll be-
Louis will accept bribes. So definitely, so go
I
and
am
visit him.
bribable. That's real.
First post is noon for the Indiana Derby 2026 this Saturday. Check us out. We'll be right back with thoughts for this race.
The horses stepping onto the track for the fifth race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, fast track, a field of 6. Scratch number 3, Red State. Scratch the 3. 5, Multitask, Fernando de la Cruz. 30 wins here this season. Meet leaders on 5, Multitask, Fernando de la Cruz. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. If you're just joining, main track here fast to start off Indiana Derby week. Turf course has now just been upgraded to firm. Turf rail at 36 feet, fast and firm going forward. 3 minutes to post time to the sprint. 3 minutes.
We are just a few minutes to them heading to the gate here for the 5th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Talked about the Derby. I'm going to talk about this field here. I had a little bit of a long shot, but it's down to 4-1. I'll take it though. Hawkeye, Amir Mendoza is aboard for John Horan. Talk about two who can't do anything wrong. Amir Mendoza, I don't think has been very many days since this guy has not hit the board at the very least. I think on days that he hasn't had one winner, he's been right there, and that's just kind of a testament to what's going on here. I love Hawkeye. I think he fits in here off of the William Henry Harrison on June 3rd, going to an allowance optional claiming for 50. That was 6 furlongs. This is 6 furlongs. He gets a fast track. Then we're going to go showing the 6 here down at Normandy. I'm sure this is John's pick for the war reference. my buddy John. Big buff for the history. But this is a 5-year-old gelding by, oh, shocker, Omaha Beach. Sippy is the trainer, Cipriano Contreras, and he's the co-owner of this 5-year-old gelding. Manny Esquivel is in the irons here, and this horse is looking to make it 3 in a row after a win in that race, and June 4th, allowance optional claiming 50, which is this class. These are both favorites that have been beaten, so the beaten favorite angle, I kind of like that coming in here. Cat on Time, Joe Ramos is aboard for David Jacobson. This is the favorite at 5-2. Coming off of a race at Churchill. This is the Kentucky Invader, has never ran on Indiana dirt, and we'll see what it does here. It's the class relief for me, and I get it for everybody, but I think Hawkeye knows this track. He's due for a win. You know, he's 11 of 16 at this track. It's we were just saying, horse for the course. That kind of comes to mind here right now. So I'm going to put Hawkeye on top the one at 4-1 as they head to the gate for the 5th race.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Amir Mendoza with Hawkeye. Fernando de la Cruz, 30 wins here this season. Tops the leaderboard, multitask. Alexander Crispin with Lofty Adjudicator. Manny Esquivel, Dawn at Normandy coming up. First run of the year for Cat on Time with Joe Ramos. Like multitask, both for David Jacobson over the 6 furlongs and one more. Navy SEAL, Joseph Bielmer for Nancy Knott in the Royal Blue. Now fast and firm here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Even start. Dawn at Normandy away well. Here's Hawkeye going for an early attack now for Amir Mendoza, and it's Hawkeye who's taking the lead from Donut Normandy, who's right there with the front runner, making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Lofty Adjudicator joined on the outside by Cat on Time, making a 6-year-old seasonal bow, multitask running second to last, and Navy SEAL trails the sextet with 41 wins between them and inside a half-mile to go. It's Hawkeye. Takes them through a quarter in 23.14 seconds. Hawkeye to 3 furlongs out. Donut Normandy right there for Manny Esquivel in between horses as they round the far turn. And Cat on Time is coming on the 3-path side for Joe Ramos. Head to head coming past the quarter pole. Multitask straightens away in 4th. Then Lofty Adjudicator and Navy SEAL. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.08 seconds. It's Hawkeye. Put away Dawn at Normandy as Cat on Time is coming with a surging run for Joe Ramos. And Cat on Time, in his first run of the year, is edging clear from Hawkeye. Cat on Time on top from Hawkeye. Multitask was 3rd. Dawn at Normandy finished 4th in 108.35. .108.35 after the sprint feature. Unofficial 4-1-5-6 for Cat on Time. 5-2 first over 1 Hawkeye. 5-2 second. 5 Multitask. 7-2 third. And 6 Dawn at Normandy at 7-2 fourth. Lofty Adjudicator and Navy SEAL. 108.35 for a sprint feature to start off Indiana Derby week. Fast track. And there's Cat on Time making a 6-year-old seasonal bow. Joe Ramos, David Jacobson, 1-3 in the sprint feature. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Cat on Time with Joe Ramos. Cat on Time going over the $430,000 career earnings mark. First up this year, 6-year-old Dark Mayor Brown Gelding by Not This Time. The Stormy Atlantic Mare. Big Cat walks late for Zachary Jacobson Racing, and David Jacobson trains Cat on Time. Takes the sprint feature in 1 minute 8.35. 4-1 Exacta paid $39.40. 50-cent trifecta, 415, $24.90. 3-4 double, $187.40. Dawn at Normandy was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 4156, paid $20.38. Pick 3, $343.05. $1 early pick 4, 4 out of 4. $3,518.40, and the 50-cent early pick 5. 5 out of 5, netted $22,277.30. 6 ran in the sprint, 108.35 fast. Turf Firm for the 6th race starter, 21 minutes away. Scratch 1 highest memories, 4 Shiesty to chase. Take out the 5 Nip and Tuck. Scratch 8 Bouttree Fitty. Scratch the 13 Taken and Run was entered as an MTO. 14 River Redemption and 15 Frosty the Soldier also withdrawn. Scratch 1 4, 5 8, 13, 14, and the number 15 all have been scratched. 7 Boitano, the jockey Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides 7 Boitano, and 9 on Palm Sunday Micah Meeks rides 9 on Palm Sunday. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured. Double pick 3. Course was upgraded during the afternoon from good to firm. Turf rail of 36 feet this Indiana Derby week. Post time for the starter turf. Due at 4:52. They're off and sprinting. Even start. Dawn at Normandy away well. Here's Hawkeye going for an early attack now for Amir Mendoza. And that's Hawkeye who's taking the lead from Dawn at Normandy, who's right there with the front runner, making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Lofty Adjudicator joined on the outside by Cat on Time, making a 6-year-old seasonal bow. Multitask running second to last in. Navy SEAL trails the Sextet with 41 wins between them and inside a half-mile to go. It's Hawkeye. Takes them through a quarter in 23.14 seconds. Hawkeye to 3 furlongs out. Dawn at Normandy right there for Manny Esquivel in between horses as they round the far turn. And Cat on Time is coming on the 3-path side for Joe Ramos. Head to head coming past the quarter pole. Multitask straightens away in 4th. Then Lofty Adjudicator and Navy SEAL. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.08 seconds. It's Hawkeye. Put away Dawn at Normandy as Cat on Time is coming with a surging run for Joe Ramos. And Cat on Time, in his first run of the year, is edging clear from Hawkeye. Cat on Time on top from Hawkeye. Multitask was 3rd. Dawn at Normandy finished 4th.
living in America. Ow! Hope you had a lovely, lovely 4th of July weekend and celebration. Yeah, this hat, it's a little hot. Again, when you have hair like mine, you gotta show it off, right? There we go. Yeah, obviously that movie reminds me of Rocky IV, which was good, but was nowhere nearly as good as what, 1, 2, or 3, right? They're way better. Quick warning here, you're gonna have a fake laugh from me in a moment. Fake laugh. Okay, it's gonna come in 30. If you can't handle the fake laugh, you want to leave the room for just a second. So from boxing, from Rocky, to soccer, because the United States has made it through the knockout round, right? So we're pretty excited about that. USA. They play Belgium tonight, and I think the only way the United States loses to Belgium if they do too much waffling. Waffling. Belgium waffle. Anyway, let's get to the haymaker. It's race number 6. Let's get serious. It's race number 6. We're on the turf. I like the Two Devils Harvest. I mean, one of my favorite angles, if you know me at all, and of course everyone knows me, right? I'm famous. I love horses that show speed and ability versus better. I don't care how many lengths they've been beaten, and they take a big-time precipitous class drop. That's what Devil's Harvest is doing. Thought the last race in the slop, don't care. 2 starts back on turf, yeah, 9th beaten 22.5 lengths. Got the lead in a 2 other than allowance race at Keeneland. The race was dominated by closers, and it was a live race. Capitol Hill, who won that race from 8th, that horse next time out ran 2nd, beaten a nose in the Grade 3 poker in New York. The 3rd place finisher, a Brendan Walsh horse, came back to win an optional 80 at Churchill. 4th place finisher, Ironman Cal, who's made well over $300,000, went to Southern California and won an optional 80 at Sandia. You get the idea. Race collapsed, he showed pace, and it was a very strong race. He's in for $10,000 today. He's gone wire to wire over a good turf course. He's faced the likes of Sabi, few starts back at the fairgrounds. We're talking about 89 buyer type horses. So I like Devil's Harvest, the speed of the speed to go wire to wire in race number 6. This is your special haymaker for Monday, and I'll see you once again on Wednesday.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. A field of 8 here on the starter turf. Over the mile inning 16th. Course is firm. Turf rail at 36 feet to start the week. Scratch 1 highest memories. 4 Shiesty, 2 Chase. Take out 5 Nip and Tuck. Scratch number 8, Bow Tree Fitting. 13 Take It and Run. 14 River Redemption. Scratch 15 Frosty the Soldier. Scratch 1-4, 5-8, 13 through. The number 15 all have been scratched. 7 Boitano, the 16-time winner, ridden here by Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor on 7 Boitano. 9 on Palm Sunday, the rider, Micah Meeks. Micah Meeks on 9 on Palm Sunday. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured on the card. Double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. Turf firm. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Devil's Harvest would be a double for Joe Ramos on the card. Fernando de la Cruz, Brits Win has joined Devil's Harvest. Micah Meeks on Palm Sunday. Manny Esquivel, Summer Lover, taking his position within the starting gate. Mitch Morrow with Go Bolly Go. Olaf Hernandez, Wicked Surprise, now Santo Sanjor. Boitano, this is 49th career start. Boitano went in well and one more. Marcino Pedrosa Jr. with Count of Amazonia with a 1:16 moment. And they're off. Even start. Brits Wit away well. Devil's Harvest holds the running rail. Right there, Wicked Surprise with an early move under Olaf Hernandez as they make their way past the awning. But toward the inside, it's Devil's Harvest, who leads out for Joe Ramos from Brits Wit and Wicked Surprise. And the black cap is third upon settling out to the stretch. Santo Sanjor and Boitano. In his 49th career run, he's won 16 of them. And Boitano is a ground-saving fourth as these leaders go to the back of the course. On Palm Sunday follows Boitano. Then a break of three more to Go Bolly Go, Summer Lovers, Ground Saving, and Count of Amazonia has dropped back to last. The quarter for Devil's Harvest. 22.18 seconds. Joe Ramos and Devil's Harvest leads the starter turf. Devil's Harvest, 5 lengths in front of Brits Wit, who follows the leader for Fernando de la Cruz. And here's on the inside Boitano, who's making a move right now to try to narrow the margin on Devil's Harvest. And right with Boitano is Wicked Surprise between horses. Right there, Brits Wit and on Palm Sunday, starting a 3-wide bid for Micah Meeks. As they round the far turn, Go Valley Go, Summer Lover, and Count of Amazonia remains the back marker. Half mile, 45.87 seconds. So they've changed positions in back of Devil's Harvest, who's been the long-time leader. 3/4 a tick over, 110. Here they come. With Joe Ramos, it's Devil's Harvest looking to finish them off. Brits Wit between horses, and Boitano is moving up now. And Boitano, Devil's Harvest, in the crosshairs of Boitano, who's getting there yard by yard for Santo Sanjor. And Boitano has swept in front of the shuttle the wire. Boitano does it. Over Devil's Harvest in a photo with Summer Lover. Then on Palm Sunday, farther back was Go Bolly Go and Brits Wit. Won 40.77 after the starter turf. 7 Boitano. At 8-5 takes out the starter turf. Santo Sanjor for Jose Camejo, Kevin Stedman. 49th career run. He's now won 17 of them. On Palm Sunday with Brits Wit and Go Bolly Go. There was a photo for second and third standby for that result. It's gone to Boitano, son of Nyquist. Number 2, Devil's Harvest. The longtime leader was second over the 10. Summer Lover third. 9 on Palm Sunday, as noted, fourth, and 3 Brits Wit fifth. Then Go Bolly Go. 140.77. Hold all until official. Boitano wins another starter turf. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7 Boitano. Onto the hands today of Santo San Jorge. Boitano, 7-year-old big gelding by Nyquist, out of Calalele by Pulpit. The now 17-time winner is trained by Jose Camejo for Kevin Stedman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Boitano. It's official. $7-2 exacta paid $27.60. Britt Swit was 5th. Go Bally Go 6th. 7-2 exacta $27.60, 50-cent trifecta, $65.10. 4-7 double, $26. There's that 10-cent grand high five. The starter turf featured the pentafecta, 7-2 10-9 3, $482.71. Britt Swit was 5th. On Palm Sunday ran 4th in the starter turf. 10-cent superfecta, 7-2 10-9, $87.74. Pick 3 paid $85.80. 8 ran 140.77 after the running of the starter turf. 20 minutes away, race 7 of 10. And in the maiden, scratch 2 Emporium and 3 Silvertown. Scratch the 2 and 3. 7 Electa, Irving Moncada rides the 3-race maiden, 7 Electa. Number 10, quite baffling, the jockey Joe Ramos. As a win on the card, Joe Ramos here on the 10, quite baffling. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time will now be at 5:23. With a 1:16 moment. And they're off. Even start. Britt Swit away well. Devil's Harvest holds the running rail. Right there, Wicked Surprise with an early move under Olaf Hernandez as they make their way past the awning. But toward the inside, it's Devil's Harvest, who leads out for Joe Ramos from Brits Witt and Wicked Surprise. And the black cap is third upon settling out to the stretch. Santo Sanjor and Boitano. In his 49th career run, he's won 16 of them. And Boitano is a ground-saving fourth as these leaders go to the back of the course. On Palm Sunday follows Boitano. Then a break of three more to Go Bali Go, Summer Lovers, Ground Saving, and Count of Amazonia has dropped back to last. The quarter for Devil's Harvest, 22.18 seconds. Joe Ramos and Devil's Harvest leads the starter turf. Devil's Harvest, 5 lengths in front of Brits Witt, who follows the leader for Fernando de la Cruz. And here's on the inside Boitano, who's making a move right now to try to narrow the margin on Devil's Harvest. And right with Boitano is Wicked Surprise Between Horses. Right there, Brits Witt and On Palm Sunday, starting a 3-wide bid for Micah Meeks. As they round the far turn, Go Valley Go, Summer Lover, and Count of Amazonia remains the back marker. Half mile, 45.87 seconds. So they've changed positions in back of Devil's Harvest, who's been the longtime leader. 3/4 a tick over, 110. Here they come. With Joe Ramos, it's Devil's Harvest looking to finish them off. Brits Witt Between Horses, and Boitano is moving up now. And Boitano, Devil's Harvest, in the crosshairs of Boitano, who's getting there yard by yard for Santo Sanjor. And Boitano has swept in front of the shed of the wire. Boitano does it. Over Devil's Harvest in a photo with Summer Lover. Then with a mile.
We're 9 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We don't have any rider doubles, but we do have a nice double from Mr. Gennaro Garcia earlier in the race. We had some really nice long shots too here today. It's been just a tremendous card and a wonderful card tomorrow as well. Our Indiana Derby week is really turning out to be tip-top. Tip-top Thomas won last year, so did you see what I did there? In the 7th race, we have a 3-year-old maiden special weight, and they're going a mile and 70 yards on the fast main track. You love to see it fast and firm for the last half of the card. 2 and 3 are out of here, and I'm going to go with the 6 on top and 9 to 5. This is a favorite right now, and that is Al Gadir. This one, Ronnie Prescott, is over Andrew McKeever, and this is a 3-year-old filly by Gunrunner. Enough said. Shadewell Stables is the owner, and this is a filly who's making her 4th lifetime start. Now there's a few in here like that, you know, the 6, 7, the 4, the 9 is making its 3rd lifetime start, 10 quite baffling, making it 2nd. So we've got some untested horses in here. She really did not like the slop routing last time. That was her first time going a true two-turn. She had gone 7 furlongs at Churchill and Keeneland, but she went a whole mile there at Churchill on May 22nd. Ours is a true mile here. So I don't know. I think it was the slop. The 2nd place finisher in there, Bodacious Bay, came back to win. It was an 11-horse field. She's been in 11 and 12-horse fields in here. This 8-one is going to be 8-horse field is going to be the shortest one she's had. She is, I don't know what to say about her. She's a pretty little filly. Looks calm. Looks like she moves well. She's not overly jumping out of the paddock at me right now, but she's a very capable. I think she's got a couple of good races here. Showed some form in her 2 third-place finishes. So I'm gonna go with her on top here. And then the 1, Reaching for the Moon. This is 5-2 on the tote board, and this is a horse who's done nothing but route in its 5 lifetime starts. Has a 3rd to its credit, but that's really the best we could get out of there. And it was a 3rd by missing half a length here in Indiana. On the debut last year in the fall, Paulo Lobo is the trainer, and he kept this 3-year-old filly by Essential Quality up for most of the year last year, and then let her come out, and man, they had just missed. But look how much trouble this poor girl has gotten into. Bumped. She got squeezed tight that 2nd start. She was bumped at the start at Turfway on the Poly, and last time she came out sideways. She was steadied. She caused a bunch of problems. That was the 2nd place finish, but she ended up getting moved to 6th. So Reaching for the Moon, bless her heart. Let's just hope she gets out of there. She's a real long scope. I mean, she looks like a router, and you can tell the way she runs, she likes it. So I'm going to go with the rail in here today. She's drawn to the inside once, but she's not ever been on the rail. And that makes me, there's probably a good thing, honestly, with the break, so there's not horses on either side of her. And then as the jockey's leg up, I'll just talk about the 5th until she comes into the screen here. This is a 3-year-old filly by Uncle Mo. The 5 is 7-1. I thought this would be a little bit of a long shot. This horse has tried and tried and tried, never been close. Since, well, was close last out, but other than that, Woodbine got a 3rd by 6.5 lengths. I don't know if I'd call that close. I would call the 3rd, it's by 4, but I mean, it was sprinting. Let's get back to 2 turns, a little bit easier here than Aqueduct, obviously, than Indiana. And 2nd time around a course, she looks good too. She looks like she likes to go long. Would be interested to see her run again on turf that's dry, because she does look a little turfy there. 615 for me here in the 7th race. Electa, the Rusty Arnold trainee, looks really good and on her toes heading to the track for Mr. John G. Dooley in his post parade for race 7. Good luck.
Maiden 3-year-old fillies coming onto the track now for the 7th race. To be contested at Plum Island, 70 yards, a field of 8. Scratch 2 Emporium and 3 Silvertown. 2 and 3 both have been scratched. A couple of rider changes. 7 Electa. Irving Moncada partners the 3-race maiden. Number 7 Electa. 10 Quite Baffling. The jockey Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Joe Ramos on the Gunrunner filly, the 10. She's Quite Baffling. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double. Pick 3, races 7, 8, and 9. 10 in total, and we're fast and firm, 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Irving Moncada with Electa. Alberto Burgos reaching for the moon. Joined Electa. Micah Meeks with Starter Up. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Joseph Bimmer with Rhapsody in Blue takes her position within the starting gate. Contrary Mary. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with a win on the card. That via DQ. Fernando de la Cruz delightfully loaded. Now Rodney Prescott with Al Gadir. Fast track. One more. Wathnan Racing is quite baffling. Joe Ramos on the Monday score sheet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Contrary Mary. Here's Rhapsody in Blue and Electa right there too as they make their way into the first turn. Reaching for the moon with Delightfully. Starter Up with in between fillies Al Gadir, and on the outside is Quite Baffling, who's covering a lot of ground. First turn run, Contrary Mary has taken the early lead here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. at the 6.5. Then Rhapsody in Blue vying for second with toward the inside. The gray reaching for the moon, and right there is Electa as they go up the back of the track. Delightfully is next with toward the inside Starter Up in a white cap. Then comes Al Gadir, who's racing in the 3-path there for Rodney Prescott. Royal Blue with the white epaulets of Al Gadir. And into the hands of Joe Ramos, Quite Baffling remains last of 8. 23.93 for the first couple of furlongs, and Contrary Mary, the first to arrive past the half-mile pole. It's Contrary Mary doing all the labor here. Her half mile was 47.68. Electa's just into second from Reaching for the Moon, holding the rail. Delightfully in the Godolphin Blue is being ridden to assert. And Delightfully joined on the outside by Al Gadir, who's trying to gain. 7 lengths off of Contrary Mary, who's solo on the edge of the quarter pole. Start her up with Delightfully, who's dropped back, and then Rhapsody in Blue and Quite Baffling on the far outside. In the meantime, it's Contrary Mary, who leads these maiden 3-year-old fillies for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.34 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Contrary Mary into the final furlong with a 7-length advantage over Reaching for the Moon, Starter Up, Electa, and Gal Gadir. They're close to home. The daughter of Uncle Mo. Contrary Mary, an all-the-way winner by 4 from Reaching for the Moon. Al Gadir gained 3rd, Electa was 4th, and Starter Up finished back in 5th. Won 40.47 after the maiden 3-year-old fillies test here. It's 5.1674. Contrary Mary from Reaching for the Moon. Al Gadir 3rd. Electa and Starter Up. We trailed back to the 6th. Quite Baffling raced wide in front of Rhapsody in Blue. They were next to home and Delightfully tailed off. 5.1674. Contrary Mary. 9-1, double for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Daughter of Uncle Mo. Bill Morey 9-1 on Contrary Mary. Out to the maiden fillies ranks. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, and race 7 is official number 5. Contrary Mary with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Contrary Mary, 3-year-old bay filly by Uncle Mo. Out of Cat 5 by Stormcat. Billy Morey trains for breeder and owner Chris Nolan. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Contrary Mary, a 9-1 winner, out to the maiden ranks. The 5 and 1 exacta paid $106 even. 50-cent trifecta, $516 and even $70. 7-5 double, $74.60. Contrary Mary capped off a 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. Returned $136.80. 10-cent pentafecta, $864.31. Electa ran 4th. Starter up was 5th. 10-cent superfecta, $68.32, 5167. Starter up 5th for the Grand High 5. 140.47 and 8 fillies ran. 20 minutes away from race 8. That's next on the docket to start off Indiana Derby week. And the maiden turf mile. Scratch the 12 Suchi Song. Number 12 Suchi Song has been scratched. 8 Old Grey Tune. The jockey Fernando de la Cruz. On 8 Old Grey Tune. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Another pentafecta featured on the maiden turf mile. Double final pick 3 of the day. Post time will be at 5:53. Just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis faithful, this Indiana Derby week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Friday on the eve of Indiana Derby 2026. Friday's card featuring 2 handicaps will be off at noon. Saturday, the big day of the season, the Grade 3 Indiana Derby and the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Big card already drawn today. Saturday special post time, off at noon this Saturday on Indiana Derby Day. Hope you'll join us. And they're off. Contrary Mary. Here's Rhapsody in Blue and Electa right there too as they make their way into the first turn, reaching for the moon with Delightfully. Starter up with in between fillies Al Gadir, and on the outside is Quite Baffling, who's covering a lot of ground. First turn run, Contrary Mary has taken the early lead here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. at the 6.5. Then Rhapsody in Blue vying for second with toward the inside. The gray reaching for the moon, and right there is Electa as they go up the back of the track. Delightfully is next with toward the inside, starter up in a white cap. Then comes Al Gadir, who's racing in the 3-path there for Rodney Prescott, royal blue with the white epaulets of Al Gadir. And into the hands of Joe Ramos, Quite Baffling, remains last of 8, 23.93 for the first couple of furlongs, and Contrary Mary, the first to arrive past the half-mile pole. It's Contrary Mary doing all the labor here. Her half mile was 47.68. Electa's just into second from Reaching for the Moon, holding the rail. Delightfully in the Godolphin Blue is being ridden to assert. And Delightfully joined on the outside by Al Gadir, who's trying to gain. 7 lengths off of Contrary Mary, who's solo on the edge of the quarter pole. Start her up with Delightfully, who's dropped back, and then Rhapsody in Blue and Quite Baffling on the far outside. In the meantime, it's Contrary Mary, who leads these maiden 3-year-old fillies for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.34 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Contrary Mary into the final furlong with a 7-length advantage over Reaching for the Moon, starter up, Electa and Gal Gadir. They're close to home, the daughter of Uncle Mo. Contrary Mary, an all-the-way winner by 4 from Reaching for the Moon. Al Gadir gained 3rd, Electa was 4th, and Starter Up finished back.
Welcome back to a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're just a few minutes away from stepping on that beautiful turf course of ours yet again. 36 is the rail setting, 36 feet to scratch number 12. Suki Song out leaves us with a field of 11 set to go to the post here on a day in which the turf course has been upgraded to firm. So now on a fast main track and a firm turf course as well. 1 mile going to be the distance in here. Let's take a look at this field of maidens set to go 1 mile. A challenging race if you're still alive in those horizontals. Certainly wish you the best of luck, whether it's the Horseshoe Hat Trick, pick threes, pick fours, maybe play that $5 late thoroughbred daily double as well. You are certainly not home and cool out. This is a challenging event in here on our turf. This 4-year-old filly is the top selection. COC, Joseph Bielmer, going to pick up the mountain here, looking to push his win percentage over 10%. The ears up, very alert, looking around. She's appears excited to be back at the racetrack with the tack on. She was close a few times on the turf last year. She kind of made some unique racing decisions throughout the season last year where they were somewhat mistimed, in which they moved early, couldn't finish late, went to the lead, couldn't stay on, did lose to Goody Two Socks after breaking sharp, dueling all the way around as a beaten favorite. In fact, they went off favored 4 straight tries on the turf, then went to the main track to round out their season just before Halloween, and definitely showed that she prefers the turf. Now, the mare, she was a stakes winner, Royal Song Dancer. She produced over $100,000 in earnings with 3 wins, and ultimately produced a horse called Dance for Money, who won on the turf at Santa Anita. So the breeding suggests that this horse can absolutely handle the turf. She's knocked on the door a handful of times. She came from last in her closest endeavor, in which she was lingered in 9th in a 10-horse field and only lost by 1 length, finishing second, which she closed into a hot pace that day and ran very well. And then she ran into Kitten Song, who was just much better than her that day. So we'll see if she's cranked and ready to go off the layoff. She hasn't been seen since last summer, but Randy Matthews can have his horses ready to rock and roll. A couple of 5-furlong workouts over this summer to get her ready to go at first asking. 3-1 on the board, but a long shot you might want to take a look at is Martine. John Schultz, not a huge barn by any means. In fact, this is only his second horse. His first horse, or his other horse, was a 3-time winner on the turf. So make what you want of that, but Martine is going to try the turf today. Schultz owns, trains, and bred. The other stable mate in the 2-horse stable is No Proof. No Proof absolutely loved the turf and oftentimes won at a big price as well. No Proof did only have 3 wins in the career and is still racing over at Belterra, currently showing speed, not much finish. But all 3 wins came on the turf. So maybe Martine could upset the apple cart in here, or at least that's the thought process. This seems like a great race to try and take a stab. Another horse who was at maiden special weight level on the way down to the maiden claiming ranks after a brief layoff between June of last season and June of this year. Came in at the maiden claiming ranks, now goes maiden special weight in here, trying to find themselves a spot to go long on the turf. Oftentimes a difficult endeavor. Another one who's been working out 5 furlongs, assuring that stamina on debut this season in the 4-year-old yearly debut. Ran into Sassy Julia Appeasing, who just came back to win yesterday. And Innis for a Prayer did close into that group. Maybe an ability to handle 2 turns, maybe handles the turf as well. There's certainly upside. Schultz did himself very nicely with No Proof on the turf. We'll see if Martine can be his next turf runner in here with his 4-year-old filly by Animal Style. Your inside runner is Justice on the Rail. Evan Roman and Steve Fosdick in here. 0 for 6. Lightly raced compared to some of the other ones in this group. 1 third-place finish. Finished 4th last time out on June 22nd. They tried to get on the turf going long back on June 10th. They were rained off, showed speed, didn't show much finish. By Amiable, that's a horse who tried the turf herself in her own right. She's produced a couple of turf winners, though. In fact, she's produced very nicely going turf route, winning at 12%. On the turf, she's overall producing 9% winners. That turf winner did come in the way of Juicy Justice, Indiana bred for Tony Granitz, who won at the allowance level as well as at the maiden special weight level, both on the turf and both here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So I expect Justice on the Rail, who is going to live up to that name, breaking from the rail, could get Evan Roman and Steve Fosdick a turf winner in here at potentially a big price. They're taking some love 20-1 morning line, currently 13-1 on the board. But Wakari is taking a ton of action. Wakari on the turf for Randy Klopp. He's looking to keep his name atop those trainers' standings for Gennaro Garcia. Randy Klopp, only 6 wins from 108 starts on the turf, and currently favored at 5-2, looking to do something. He's 0 for 4 with this season, yet to hit the board. I have to settle for 5-2. We'll see if Wakari can be an upsetter in here with Burgos aboard for the Klopp gang. A wide open betting field of 11 set to go 1 mile on the beautiful turf course at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Stick around. Still plenty of racing action coming at you as we've got races 9 and 10 with the quarter horses taking main stage. A couple of very nice events, including a stakes race. Martha Clausen is clamoring to give you the winner in the 9th and 10th. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. Maiden Turf Mile. Here a field of 11. Scratch the 12 Suchi song. 12 Suchi song has been scratched. 8 Old Grey Tune. Fernando de la Cruz rides 8 Old Grey Tune. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the pentafecta. Double. Final pick 3 featured on the day. Course firm rail 36 feet and a fast track for the Bradford Stakes. And the quarter horse dash to close out the card. Firm and fast, 2 minutes. Free final time here today. Crossing over to the turf course. We'll close with the Bradford Stakes and a quarter horse dash. Fast track for the 2 quarter horse dashes scheduled. At the gate, it is now post time. Evan Roman with Justice on the Rail. Micah Meeks with Nancy's Kitten has joined Justice on the Rail. Joseph Bimmer, first run of the year for COC. COC went in well. Alberto Burgos with Bakari coming up to take her position. Now Abra. Joe Ramos on the Monday score sheet. Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader, on 30 wins with All Grade Tune. Here over the mile. Up comes Burn Brightly. Will be a hat trick of wins to start off Indiana Derby week for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Burn Brightly in with All Grade Tune. Richon Blanche with Martine True 5. Hadalehi What You Wish, Sammy Bermudez Cover Art. Both in the Navy for Jay Holden. The Blinker Cover Art. Of course, firm rail 36 feet and one more. Shell Shock, Demir Mendoza has a win on the card. Over the mile. Shell Shocked. All in. And they're off. Justice on the Rail. COC. Here's Burn Brightly and Wakari. Heads them off for Alberto Burgos. It's Wakari to the early lead. Making their way into the first turn from a close-up Shell Shocked. Burn Brightly, after a sharp start, is running in third out to the stretch, and they have 6 furlongs to go. And then comes Cover Art with, toward the inside, Nancy's Kitten running in 5th. COC making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's next in formation as these leaders go to the back of the course. Martine is joined out wide by the Old Grey Tune. Now going up the back of the course, there comes Justice on the Rail with What You Wished and Abra. The first 2 furlongs of the turf mile in 22.81 seconds now, going past the half mile. It's Wakari. Wakari shoulders the load and has a 3-length lead. Burn Brightly, who's just in second from Shell Shocked. And Cover Art is next in 4th. 3 clear from COC in 5th. Half mile 47.21 as they traverse the far side of the Caesars course. Nancy's Kitten, Martine, All Great Tune, Abra, along with What You Wished and Justice on the Rail. They come toward the quarter pole. That's Wakari. Wakari, Cover Art being ridden to challenge. Toward the inside is Burn Brightly and Nancy's Kitten with a wide sweep as these maiden fillies and mares come for home. It's Wakari has led them a long way. 3/4 woman at 11.47 seconds. Wakari is staring at 1 more 16th as COC is coming with a determined run for Joseph Bimmer, and it's COC who's tracked Wakari down. COC, yes, 1 by 2.5 from Wakari. Cover Art stayed on to run third from Nancy's Kitten, and then Burn Brightly, Abra, Martine were next, and the others trailed home. .136.51 after the maiden fillies mares turf. 136.51. 2-7-10-6-4 to COC. Making her first run of the year, 2-1 first. 7 Wakari, 7-2 and a good effort. 10 Cover Art at 47-1 third in the maiden fillies turf mile. 6 Nancy's Kitten, 7-1 fourth, and 4 Burn Brightly gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. Abra, and Martine were next across the finish from Shell Shocked, What You Wished, All great tune. 2-7, 10-6-4, the top five. There's COC. This was her 4-year-old seasonal bow. Joseph Bimmer for Randy Matthews, Karen Matthews, Unbridled Express filly, and she's out to the maiden ranks. Results official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 2, COC. With Joseph Bimmer. COC. 4-year-old Bay filly by Unbridled Express. And the Langfjord mare, Royal Song Dancer, Randy Matthews trains for owners Karen Matthews and Mark David Hickson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of COC out to the maiden ranks. $2-7 exacta, pay $30.80. 50-cent trifecta, 2-7-10, 202.80. Nancy's Kitten was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 2-7-10-6, paid $341.37. Pick 368.50. 5-2, $5 last call thoroughbred double, $226.50. The 50-cent late fire 5. $6,460.25 on 5 out of 5. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba netted $1,008.70, 4 out of 4. Burn Brightly was 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta, 2-7, 10-6-4, returned $3,055.82. 136.51, a couple more to go. Quarter horse dashes, Bradford Stakes. Leads off at 400 yards, fast track. In the Bradford, all 8 run. No scratches, no rider changes. 5 apolitical mission plus 3 pounds. 7 apolitical wagon, 2 over. In the 10th, that over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 favorite first prize and 12 JF requesting a flyby. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 and 12. Also take out 9 Kiss of Corona. That's in the 10th race. 9, 11, and 12 all scratched. 1 keeper off to kill a 5 over. 2, 1 apolitical dash, 3 over. 4 Moon into the Jazz plus 4 pounds. And the 10 Run Don't Walk, 2 over. 10th race, scratch there. 9, 11, and 12 from the race card. Fast track, Bradford Stakes, exacted trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta starts at the late double. Post time will be at 6:22. And they're off. Justice on the rail. COC. Here's Burn Brightly and Wakari. Heads them off for Alberto Burgos. It's Wakari to the early lead. Making their way into the first turn from a close-up Shell Shocked. Burn Brightly after a sharp start is running in third out to the stretch, and they have 6 furlongs to go. And then comes Cover Art with toward the inside Nancy's Kitten running in 5th. COC making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's next in formation as these leaders go to the back of the course. Martine is joined out wide by the Old Gray Tune. Now going up the back of the course, there comes Justice on the Rail with What You Wished and Abra Abra. The first 2 furlongs of the turf mile in 22.81 seconds. Now going past the half mile, it's Wakari. Wakari shoulders the load and has a 3-length lead. Burn Brightly, who's just in second from Shell Shocked. And Cover Art is next in fourth. 3 clear from COC in fifth. Half mile 47.21 as they traverse the far side of the Caesars course. Nancy's Kitten, Martine, All Great Tune, Abra Abra, along with What You Wished and Justice on the Rail. They come toward the quarter pole. It's Wakari. Wakari, Cover Art being ridden to challenge. Toward the inside is Burn Brightly and Nancy's Kitten with a wide sweep as these maiden fillies and mares come for home. It's Wakari has led them a long way. 3/4 woman at 11.47 seconds. Wakari is staring at 1 more 16th as COC is coming with a determined run for Joseph Bimmer, and it's COC who's tracked Wakari down. COC, yes, 1 by 2.5 from Wakari. Cover Art stayed on to run third from Nancy.
Well, we're going to close out our Monday afternoon card at Horseshoe Indianapolis with not one but two quarter horse races, and I'm excited about both of them. We'll start with the 17th running of the 58,400 Bradford Stakes, and this is a 400-yard event for older horses, and we've got a couple dandies to lead off the field. I'll have to begin with a horse that I have loved since the first day I ever did any paddock previews or picks for Horseshoe Indy, and that's number 1, Mr. Michael. How many 7-year-old racehorses, be it thoroughbred or quarter horse, that have won stakes races since in their two-year-old campaign, continuing 3, 4, 5, and 6? Very few, very few. It's an elite horse, and basically this is an Indiana bred, the highest Indiana bred quarter horse earner in the history, 756,000 plus already for breeder Mark Michael and a trainer Claudio Barazza. He's just so gritty, and he loves to race, and he loves to win, and he's just amazing. He's won 18 of his 33 career starts, and he started this year pretty well. He had a victory in the Carter Riley overnight stakes, and that took place on June 2nd. So like a fine wine, he just keeps going. He's my hero, Mr. Michael. Corny, but it's true. All right, now a real test will come from last year's defending champion, and that's number 6, Tatcha's Secret. She's just an incredibly gifted 6-year-old race mare, bred and trained by Ricardo Martinez. She's earned $545,000 to date, and she's the defending champion in this edition of the race. Now, what was cool about last year, she was coming off a layoff, but that did not deter her. She broke perfectly, held off everybody and all the boys. She's always really that way. I don't mean to say this in any kind of derogatory manner, but there's nothing feminine about Tatcha's Secret. She's like a bulldog in a filly and mare body. She wants to win. She wants to beat the boys. She's gritty as all can be. And last year after the race, Chris Duke, the owner, and Ricardo Martinez both said, even if she's coming off a layoff, if she breaks well, she's going to win. So look for that break today. I mean, she's an extraordinary Indiana champion as well. Okay, let's go next to a few horses that, could obviously turn the tides if they get the right trip, and one of them I think is number 4, Kelly Girl. She's a very well-bred mare by a friend of mine in Texas, Ted Abrams Sr., daughter of Tempting Dash, and she's hit the board in 6 of her 9 starts. And she's also trained by Claudio Barazza. Now she closed very well in her most recent allowance effort. That was on May 20th. Edgar Diaz, who usually who has ridden her before, is going to pilot Mr. Michael. So we'll leave it to his younger brother Eduardo Diaz to take control. And I'll round up my top 4 with number 2, and that's Uzi. Made 10 starts in Louisiana prior to joining the barn of Tony Cunningham here in Indiana this year. And this is a 4-year-old gelding by Freight Train B. Obviously, we've talked about him before, very accomplished stallion. Won at first asking for his Indy debut. That happened May 30th. It was a $21,000 allowance. But he's got plenty of back class. He won the 2024 Louisiana Champions Day Juvenile. So when he was a 2-year-old, he was already a stakes winner. That was at Evangeline Downs, and Cunningham's going to give a leg up to rider Isidro Banuelos. So very exciting edition of the Bradford Stakes. I'm going 1, 6, 4, 2. I think you're going to enjoy every second, and I'll be back to preview our final race of the day as soon as we get the results of the Bradford Stakes.
The horse is stepping onto the track for the 9th race. The Bradford Stakes over the 400 yards. Fast track, a field of 8. 5 Apolitical Mission, 3 pounds over. 7 Apolitical Wagon plus 2 pounds. Presenting the field for the Bradford Stakes, the one is Mr. Michael. Edgar Diaz rides, the 18-time winner for Claudio Barazza and owner Alberto Valadez. Number 2, Uzi. The jockey Isidro Banuelos. Tony Cunningham trains for William F. Collins. Number 3, Streakin' Little Jess. Giovanni Flores Munoz rides for Shauna Martin. Trains L.E. Pearson's homebred. Kelly Girl from Post 4 with the leading quarter horse jockey this season, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Owned and trained by Claudio Barazza. Number 5, Apolitical Mission with Rolanda Pina. Returns for Tim Hagelston and Philip R. Harrison, the owner. 6, Tacha's Secret, won this a year ago. Partnered again with Fernando Morin. Rides for Ricardo Martinez. Owners, Maria K. Robinson Family Trust and Duke Racing LLC of Chris Duke and others. Number 7, Apolitical Wagon with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Jesse Vasquez trains for owner Daryl Murray. And following that 4-time winner, number 8, This Is the One with Danny Martinez. One of the quarter 4 jockeys. Top quarter horse riders here this season on board. The 3-time winner by One Dashing Eagle for Tony Cunningham. The Tennessee bred owned by breeder Casey Colwell. The field for the 2026 Bradford Stakes. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, start to the final double of the day on a fast track. Arriving down at the start. It's post time now for the Bradford Stakes. Edgar Diaz and Mr. Michael. The 18-time winner uses a flipping halter, Mr. Michael. Apolitical Mission. Joined by Mr. Michael, Fernando Morin. Tacha's Secret. She won this last year in 19.863 seconds. Fast track here for penultimate race this Monday of Indiana Derby week. Now streaking little Jess. Kelly Girl, Eduardo Luna Diaz leads the quarter horse riders with 13 wins here this season. They've loaded This Is the One and one more apolitical wagon. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, 400 yards, fast track. They're in the gate. They're off in the 2026 Bradford Stakes. Streaking little Jess out to a rip-roaring start. The 18-time winner, Mr. Michael, quick to engage. 220 yards away. On the outside, Tasha's Secret. She has work left to do. On the far outside, here comes This Is the One who chimes in. Tasha's Secret, here she comes. Tasha's Secret, and Mr. Michael. Great finish of the Bradford Stakes with Apolitical Mission, Streaking little Jess, and This Is the One. Tasha's Secret was trying to defend her crown in the Bradford. Mr. Michael was aiming for a 19th career victory. It's come down to them, and it's up to the judges. Good finish to the Bradford Stakes. Two favorites in a win photograph. Tasha's Secret and Mr. Michael with the rail. Here it is. Tasha's Secret, Mr. Michael, thirds close. This is the One. Joined Apolitical Mission, Streaking little Jess, Kelly Girl, Apolitical Wagon, and Uzi. 6-5 on Tasha's Secret at the starts of the Bradford Stakes. 8-5 on Mr. Michael. They are in the win photograph. Hold all tickets. It's gone to Tasha's Secret. 6-1-5-3-8-6. Tasha's Secret. Makes it Bradford Stakes years back to back. One, Mr. Michael, it's 8-5, was edged by the 6-5 winning mare Tasha's Secret. Number 5, Apolitical Mission, was third. 3, Streaking little Jess, fourth, and 8, This Is the One, was fifth. After those photos, 19.827 for the 400 yards. Tasha's Secret, Fernando Morin for Ricardo Martinez, and she's won it again. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Tasha's Secret with Fernando Morin. Tasha's Secret, 6-year-old Sorrel Mare by Habit Secret, and a Tasha's Angel by PYC Paint Your Wagon. The now 14-time winner is trained by Ricardo Martinez for Maria K. Robinson Family Trust and Duke Racing LLC of Chris Duke and others. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Tasha's Secret defends her crown in the Bradford Stakes. Winner's presentation to the connections of Tatcha's Secret, winning the Bradford Stakes years back-to-back. To make the winner's presentation after the Bradford Stakes will be Horseshoe Indianapolis Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson, Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. Joining for the winner's presentation to the connections of this talented mare, Tatcha's Secret, wins the Bradford Stakes again. The result of the 10th race Bradford Stakes official. Six one exacta paid $11.20, 50-cent trifecta, $42.10. Pick 3 capped off by Tatcha's Secret, $85.65. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta paid $210.90. This is the one was 5th. 10-cent superfecta, 6153 paid $80.44. 2-6 double, $19 even. 19.827. Tatcha's Secret takes out the Bradford Stakes years back-to-back. 10th race to close out the card at 6:48. Scratch 9, Kiss of Corona. 11, Favorite First Prize. And 12, JF Request a Flyby. Scratch 9, 11, 12. Overweights the 1+5, 2+3. 4 Moon into the Jazz 4 over. 10 Run Don't Walk plus 2 pounds. Scratch 9, 11, 12. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Post time is 16 minutes away. Racing Rachel after the Bradford Stakes of 2026. Rachel, she did it again. Tatcha's Secret.
I know, John, and I'm gonna throw that at Chris here in a second. But let's talk to Ricardo, a man of few words. One of my favorites, though. Tell us how she. I like how Vicky put it. She scares you because she waits till the end, and you really don't know. But she does that every time. It's just kind of how she is.
Right. She's closer, and this time she did it again.
And she was. How close did you think it was? Did you think you had it? Because I wasn't sure.
No, at first. I really thought it was probably going to be a tie.
Yeah,
you know.
it looked like a dead heat.
So
almost, yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, that's good too.
Yeah, win's a win, baby. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, one of the stats I was going to throw at you is, she's won this multiple times. She looks like she's just getting better, honestly. She looks almost more, I don't want to say threatening because that means she's dangerous, but she looks very, intensely ready to go now, whereas she kind of was a little bit different. But 14 wins, 21 of 27 in the money. That's the stat I wanted you to hear.
Unreal.
I know.
Yeah, she's got a lot of heart, and she just does her business. And yeah, she's getting just solid. She's not. I don't know if she's getting better, but she's solid and just does everything right. And you just can't find a better horse.
Well, her and Mr. Michael have been going back and forth, and she got him today.
Yeah, that's been a battle for about 3 years now. There's probably about 8 photos between them, and it's about 50-50 on who wins. So I was glad we got it today.
I would die to see a baby from them, both of them. That would be a freak.
It would be, since he's a gelding. No.
Yeah, no, never mind. If that had happened before, right? Exactly. Yeah. But congratulations on the win. I can't wait to see what she does the rest of the year.
All right, thanks.
You guys, that's the end of our race day today. I'm sorry. That's the end of the stakes. We have one more race coming up, quarter horse race. Martha's going to go over it for you. My cameraman's laughing at me because I told him that this whole day's been like that. But congratulations to the queen, Tatcha's Secret, on winning the Bradford Stakes again, back-to-back years.
We're in the gate. They're off in the 2026 Bradford Stakes. Streaking Little Jess out to a rip-roaring start. The 18-time winner, Mr. Michael, quick to engage. 220 yards away. On the outside, Tatcha's Secret. She has work left to do. On the far outside, here comes This Is the One who chimes in. Tatcha's Secret, here she comes. Tatcha's Secret, and Mr. Michael. Great finish to the Bradford.
One more race to go on this Monday afternoon card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, it's another quarter horse race. This is going to be an allowance with a purse of $18,500, 300 yards, and this is for 3-year-olds who have never won 2 races. Quite a competitive group, even with the scratches of number 9, 11, and 12. So let's go to the paddock and take a look, and I'm going to begin with number 7, Jess a Favorite, who won the $30,000 maiden stake here on May 30th for trainer Claudio Barazza. That turned out to be a very, very tough race. There were trials that were run before, a couple weeks before, so there was just the 10 fastest qualifiers, and it could have gone to a number of horses, but Just a Favorite was able to snag that. She's a filly sired by Favorite Cartel. I like the fact that last year she did her running in several different places, including Ruidoso Downs, which is very, very tough. Of course, Claudio Barazza's percentages with his 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, and older horses have been really spectacular this year. And of course, he's trained quite a few of our champions throughout the years, as we previously discussed. All right, that's my top choice. Now we go to current leading conditioner Tim Eggleston, having a super meet, and he has 2 capable entrants in this finale. I'm kind of intrigued a little bit by number 8, Me Blood Token, who had a pretty unfortunate situation in her last race. I'm a big one that look at the trip notes or watch the race and figure out. Now this filly unfortunately had an inside draw and was just erratic, and she hit the rail. I mean, that's pretty traumatic when you think about it. Well, you never really know what goes through a horse's mind, but I personally, you know, I'm a woman, I look at things subjectively, so I don't think that was an easy go for her. Now she switches to the 8-hole, which, you know, if you had the memories of the rail, you're not going to see it from out there. I think that's a good thing. She's got leading rider Eduardo Diaz, and she's a very well-bred filly. Her sire is Apolitical Blood. Now the other Cunningham horse actually drew the rail, and that's number 1, Keep Her Off Tequila. And she's run well here in 3 starts this season for owner Patty Marshall. I like to mention Patty because she was the owner of our spectacular horse of the meet in 2023. That was Red-Headed Beach, the only quarter horse to ever capture 3 futurities in a single season. I'll never get that memory out of my mind. It was too much fun for everybody. But Keep Her Off Tequila is a daughter of Kiss My Hawks. She's going to be equipped with a flipping halter, and she'll have jockey Rolando Pina in the saddle. He and Eduardo really do an amazing job for the Eggleston barn. And then we'll round out my top 4 with a little bit of a price, and that's number 3, Tequila, who made her 2026 debut for trainer Ricardo Martinez here on May 30th. And that was a trial for the QHRAI Derby. And this is a filly by Ivory James. She lost momentum midway down the stretch, but she was coming off a layoff. She ended up being a little bit of a mishap, so there was a disqualification. She finished 7th, but ended up being placed 6th. So I like these horses coming off the layoff. Second start for Top Connections, Ricardo Martinez, Martine Munoz, very, very good. I give her a little chance, and she's going to be a price against this group for sure. So 7, 8, 1, 3 for me in our quarter horse finale. Good luck to everybody, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more live racing action, both thoroughbred and quarter horse at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Carrying late paddock sure repair for the 7, Jess a Favorite. Late paddock sure repair on the number 7, Jess a Favorite. a late paddock shoe repair on 7 Jessa Favorite, now stepping on. Closing out the card at 300 yards. Fast track for our final dash of the day. Scratch the 9 Kiss of Corona. 11 Favorite First Prize, and 12 JF Request a Flyby. Scratch 9, 11, and the 12 is grounded. The 1 Keeper Off Tequila 5 over. 2 1 A Political Dash plus 3. 4 Moon Into the Jazz 4 over. And 10 Run Don't Walk plus 2 pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 1 more 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured on the day. Moments away. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Rolanda Pena with Keep Her Off Tequila. Uses a flipping halter. She's first in. Dr. Cocktail Hour, 1 A Political Dash, has taken her spot. Now Tequila. Runaway Deluxe with Moon Into the Jazz. Jessa Favorite was the late paddock shoe repair. As we get close here to the top of the 7 o'clock hour. USA Belgium tonight. World Cup, Danny Martinez with Run Don't Walk, and 1 more. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Me Blood Token, so stand by. 300 yards, fast track, no wind. To close out the card, Tuesday post time from 2:10 p.m. Eastern here. Me Blood Token. Jessa Favorite getting real fidgety. Jessa Favorite is ready to get on with the finale. Me Blood Token joined. All in. Off of the Monday finale. Keep her off Tequila. Quickly away for Yolanda Pina with one apolitical dash pursuing. Here comes Dr. Cocktail Hour. Run, don't walk near the stand side. It is one apolitical dash with Keep her off Tequila holding on. Keep her off Tequila over one apolitical dash. Moon into the Jazz with Run, Don't Walk and Dr. Cocktail Hour among those next across the finish. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. Final dash of the day over the 300 yards. It was 2-1 on one. Keep her off Tequila first. Number 2, 1 apolitical dash. 8-1 was second. 4 Moon into the Jazz. 22-1 third. Number 10 Run Don't Walk. 3-1 fourth and 6 Dr. Cocktail Hour for the Pentafecta. So Yolanda Pina for Tim Eggleston, Patty Marshall. Keep her off Tequila. Sharp start gets the 300-yard win. .377 seconds. Fast track, no wind. 300 yards for Keep Her Off Tequila in 15.377. Race 10 official. 1-2 exacta paid $46.20. 50-cent trifecta 1-2-4 netted $88.30. 6-1 final double of the day. 6-1 $23.80. 10-cent superfecta 1-2-4-10 paid $78.75. Run Don't Walk was fourth. Dr. Cocktail Hour fifth. 50-cent pick 3, $20.10 of the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, returned $927.16. 1-2, 4-10, 6. Official, 15.377. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 1, Keep Her Off Tequila, with Yolanda Pina. She's a Red Roan, 3-year-old filly by Kiss My Hawks. And of Counting on You by Mr. Jasperi, Tim Eggleston trains for Patty Marshall. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Keep Her Off Tequila tonight. 15.377. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in as we started off Indiana Derby week. Tuesday through Saturday cards. Saturday, the big day of the season. 13 races already drawn. Check out entries at equibase.com. Follow us on socials. On X at HS Indy Racing. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. for more on Indiana Derby Week. Live racing back tomorrow, Tuesday post time. Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. Friday and Saturday, Indiana Derby Day. Friday and Saturday from noon Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth to start off Indiana Derby Week. Until next time, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off of the Monday finale, Keeper Off Tequila. Quickly away for Yolanda Pena with one apolitical dash pursuing. Here comes Dr. Cocktail Hour. Run, don't walk near the stand side. It is one apolitical dash with Keeper Off Tequila holding on. Keeper Off Tequila over one apolitical dash.